When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I grew older, I set aside childish ways. Corinthians 13:11. In the distant future, mankind has spread into the stars and found it is not alone. Within the cluster of planets known as the Silrain Heart, many races strive for survival or supremacy. But throughout this array of planets, societies, and cultures, each has one thing in common: the crucibles. Scattered throughout the galaxy, each moon-sized structure contains a core of raw sorin, a form of mysterious energy used to power ships, cities, and sometimes the warping of the fabric of reality itself. Beings who can do this have been given a name: Espers. The power of God has been granted to God's children. It is a time of terror. It is a time of wonder. It is the time of Esper Genesis.
Hey, man, do I love that theme. Live Symphony Orchestra. That would be great. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome to Esper Genesis. Oh, my goodness, the resubs. I saw also, we've got, thank you for the resub, Specchio. I saw that we had a resub before from Shadowed Mage. We had a sub from Twitch Prime from Animus Maelstrom. Thank you, everybody, for the resubs. I really do appreciate it. Some of those are coming due, so the resubs are up, and I really appreciate it. And thank you so much. Welcome to day 20 of Esper Genesis, Consigned to Oblivion, as things have really picked up and we got a lot of things going on and a lot of stuff to talk about today in this session. But before we get to there, just a couple of reminders about things and then one channel related announcement that's going to concern one of you. First of all, I just wanted to welcome everybody and say hi and remind you all that if you have not done so already, please follow this channel. That is always one of the best things you can do. Please retweet this stream, as Echo has been kind enough to just do, with exclamation point tweet. That will get you over to where you can retweet this stream. And while we're on the subject of tweeting, exclamation point ARV tweets will get you over to my Twitter, so you can follow me over there and hear when I go live and talk about things relating to writing and gaming and music and teaching and family and politics and things like that. Exclamation point ARV tweets for that. Exclamation point ARV Cord will get you over to my Discord channel, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. That's always a good thing to do. Exclamation point ARV Shop will get you over to my merchandise area, where you can pick up Infinity and Beyond merchandise, but also, hopefully soon, we'll be able to pick up other merchandise, Esper Genesis, AME, and other things like that would be lovely. And if you want to know more about this, you can check out the website, which is arvineleron.com. Last but certainly not least, we've got the Patreon sitting at $357.96. We had a couple people who had to drop down a little bit for the next few months because of different, financial commitments and things like that. But we also, I have heard from people that there's some that are going to be jumping on board, so that's good. I'd love to see, again, my goal is to try to get this to 420 by the end of the year, so hopefully we continue to move in that direction. And on the sub question, we now should be sitting at about 45 subs, I believe. So again, the goal there is to try to get higher. I believe my goal was to get to, I think it was 75 or 80 subs, something like that. So hopefully we'll be able to move in that direction. Yeah, 420. Haha. So we will see. But anyway, that is the deal with that. Cool things you can get from the Patreon, cool things you get from the subsystem as well. So thank you everybody for the resub. I think I caught that resub before, but it looks like now it's actually picked up all these resubs. So thank you for fixing the amazing work on the bot, Shadowed, and for your work on the overlays and stuff like that. Okay, schedule-wise, we've got Esper Genesis going on tonight. Tomorrow, we have got Dungeons & Dragons with viewers tomorrow evening. Next week, we have got more of, actually, we don't have D&D with AME. We have got the game book session on Tuesday with live illustration with Terry doing the live illustration. And then we have got Dungeons & Dragons with GOG Storm King's Thunder, and that is going to have a surprise, so you will definitely not want to miss that. And then next Friday, we have got the return of Assignment Impossible will be coming back at you. That'll be happening on Friday. And then, of course, Saturday, we will have the Curse of Strahd as that returns as well. So we've got a lot of stuff happening as far as that's concerned. So let me get rid of this. Let me get rid of this. And let me turn on, wait for it. There we go. Hi, everybody. Good to see you all. Welcome. Now I have an announcement to make. And I'm very excited to do this. And I've been thinking about this for a while. And to do this announcement, I just need to make sure, is Aradinel here? Aradinel, are you here? Are you present, sir? Aradinel X4. You are here. You are here, sir. All right. I am pleased to announce the following. Kaplow. Aradinel is the newest, whether or not he knows it, mod of the Arvanauts. Welcome to the mod community, Aradinel. We have been thinking about this for a while. I actually have chatted about it with the other moderators. We needed to add a moderator or two. And I should say that if you were to say, oh my God, please God, no, then I guess you could move away from it. But assuming you're cool with it, we really are excited to have you on board because Aradinel is awesome. He is always here. Is just the right kind of person for something like this. And so if you will have it, Aradinel, we will give you the sword. Not 100% sure. It's okay. I was meant to surprise you. If it turns out later on that you're like, oh God, no, that's fine. But I think you're already sort of de facto doing moderating without realizing it. In fact, a lot of times the reason that I give mod to someone is precisely because they've been kind of doing moderating without realizing that they were maybe. So I don't think you have anything extra to have to do. I think you just continue to be you and it's all good. It's just that you have slight additional powers and you now have an awesome sword. So, I mean, if you want to give back your awesome sword, I'm not concerned. I did this after a long time. I'm not concerned about that. Also, what's going on, Instructor 6? Hello, Super Fun Time Force Go. Welcome, everybody. But I just want to announce it. So, so again, this is really sort of a confirmation of the fact that you've been really great as a part of the community, Aradinel. So hopefully you're willing to do it. But so that's the surprise, which I was going to do on either Wednesday or Thursday, but then things got moved around. So anyway, so welcome to the mod team, sir. If you're willing to do it, thank you. Moving on from that, so we have got, as I say, Esper Genesis coming up today, and we do have a stream introduction, which has been provided us by Echo Alpha X5, but I will get over to that first. I'll try not to accidentally ban everyone. Everyone's going to cooperate. Shadowed Mage, who's very experienced, is here. I'm also going to add you to the mod channel in the Discord. So everyone will be you'll be a part of that. It'll be great. It'll be well worth things. It'll be good. Okay. Now with that, I'm going to unmute myself so the folks know that we're ready to go, and then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over there. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. And as you can now see, you are looking at the Esper Genesis crew. And yes, I will let them introduce themselves first as they are here and part of the amazing crew of the whatever ship they eventually end up with, since it's switched a couple times. We will see how this is going. Let us start with the person all the way to my left, and this is, of course, Mr. Johnny Pittman, who is with us and who seems to be doing the Billy Joel, and we would all go down together. Is that what the sway?
No, not at all.
Okay, good.
I was feeling the rocket motion because it was good. And honestly, I really think that, the choice for last week's, ship's name, the USS Rambo, is perfectly appropriate for whatever ship that we actually choose to go with next week. And thankfully, my bandwidth will not break because I got it fixed on Monday. So I will never, ever, ever miss an adventure of the USS Rambo anymore. So let's just be clear about that.
That is good. It was well worth it. Yeah. Johnny got us started and then we were able to finish up. It was, he inspired us and we took it the rest of the way. So yes, not only was there the USS Rambo, and I right now I have it on my portable rig, not on this one. I'll see if I can track down the picture, but Rock God actually did a picture of what the USS Rambo would look like. And I think it's very practical. I think it's really a practical ship. And
so did you find the sort of the centerpiece for your next piece of fiction?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's going to allow it just inspired so many ideas that are all completely reasonable ones that publishers would just fall all over themselves, I think, to do. But anyway, but it's a great pleasure to have everyone back with us, except for Carlos. We'll talk about why in just a minute. But first, Johnny. So, Johnny, welcome. How's life? Who are you? How are you? Who are you? And who are you playing?
I'm Johnny. I'm the Video Store Cowboy, tabletop gamer of the side of Variety. I am here to play Aramis, a Ashen Forge melder who has, more than a little disposition for getting us all into trouble. So, yeah, that's me.
That's you. That was just short and sweet. I like it. Moving right along, we have got. Hold on a second. Moving right along means go away game. Why can't you? There we go. Perfect. I'm just making sure that I can download this picture so that I can because I know that Kat's incredibly excited by the concept. And speaking of Kat, it's my great pleasure to welcome Kat Rambo back to the fold with us this week. Hi, Kat. How are you feeling? How's life and everything with you?
I'm feeling much better. We actually have had most of the snow has melted away here in Seattle. Hooray!
Yay!
I'm Kat Rambo, and I'm a writer and editor, and I am here to play Petra Sinis, an Ashen Forge Sentinel who is very sensible and carries a very large hammer with which to hit things that are not being sensible.
A very large hammer. I like it. I'm very glad to have Kat back with us. And yes, I have now posted the picture just briefly on the stream. You'll be able to see it of the USS Rambo as provided by Rock God, which is just, I feel like it's so many. I think that's a good prototype design. I think that's a good proof of concept of how this would work. And the only concern was that Rock God said his only regret was that he had not added more guns to the outside of the ship, but otherwise we were good to go. So anyway, it was our tribute to you. And as I say, there were other parts that were added in there if you get a chance to watch the video. But
I will definitely go back to watch it.
It is a pleasure to have Kat back with us. Carlos will not be with us today because Carlos is hanging out at BosCon. He is up at the convention in Boston and is doing all his awesome writerly con things, which I certainly cannot object to since I was at a conference last week. So we totally understand. And Carlos will be back with us, of course, next month, and we'll be playing Sleep Well. And as he made clear to us, we was really hoping that we would not have him, in fact, actually sleeping permanently at the end of this adventure. And so the crew promised nothing, and we'll see what happens, when we come on the other side. But you should definitely check out Carlos. He is, even though Sal and Gabby Break the Universe isn't even out yet, he is just like racking up starred reviews and all of this stuff. So it looks really promising. So that's great. And you should check out his stuff, and we will be looking forward to having him back next time. Last but certainly not least, someone who was not with us last time, but is back with us now. And that, of course, is the immortal Zach Clay, who is back with us. Hello, Zach. How are you? How's life? How's the universe? And who are you playing today, sir?
I'm doing very well. My name is Zach Clay. I do things on the internet, such as voicing stuff and doing Twitch streams and so on. I had the opportunity to voice for a little video game trailer the other day. which I think was supposed to come out today. I have no idea. I have to check. But yeah, still doing voice work, still teaching other things. And on Esper Genesis today, I will be playing Cosmoritis, whose voice sounds exactly like this and not like anything else.
We
What are you
respected
talking
that.
about, Zach?
Yeah, we respected that deeply last time. Very,
And
very deeply.
I'm just kidding. He is a Bellare hunter who has a sniper and a very, very happy, great sense of humor, even in stressful situations.
Yes, kind of a Zen sniper, you could almost say, something along those lines. It is a great pleasure to have everyone back with us. And now let me do the introduction, the streamer introduction, because Echo has one ready to go. And let's see. Okay, here we go. Hear ye, for before we are consigned to oblivion, we must take a moment to heed this plea. Oh, yeah. The only thing is though, Echo, I'm gonna send you a PM about this because I want to make sure that this is okay with the person to talk about this. Thank you very much, honey.
Aww.
I'm just double checking. Just check your PMs for me, please, Echo, before I read this, because I want to make sure. That it's all cool before we go on. I'll come back to it. Okay. In the meantime, while we are waiting for that, I want to talk a little bit about what happened last time. And then once Echo has responded to me, I will deal with that stream introduction after that. Last time, actually, let me fire up my music too. There we are. So last time, the folks here had made their way to a small little moon on the side of this one planet. The reason that they were here in the first place was originally that they had this ship, the Hyperlance, which had been damaged as they were escaping from Peltiveria. And when they got to the other side, they ended up going to the only place that they could find that might have half a chance of actually having something, a mechanic that would be good enough to fix it and not ask questions. And that was when they went to Savros and found Spindra. Now, Spindra certainly seemed like she fit the part in terms of the Han Solo, type of thing. Definitely fit that sort of part. But the problem was the other part of the Han Solo mix, which is where she decided that she was going to bail out on the party when things got rough. Specifically, she brought them with her out from Savros after they had helped her solve a little problem with a local gang incident. They ended up going out and finding this ship called the Tangerel, which was a smuggler ship on which she had worked before. She had found it basically floating in space and knew that there was a lot of valuable material on there, including, she said, material that would be useful and in fact necessary to repair the party's ship, the Hyperlance. And so the party went out with her, but when they boarded the Tangerel, they found something odd. The ship was basically at a low power level. There didn't seem to be any crew on board, and as they gradually began to get some of the systems powered up, they eventually discovered that the reason there wasn't a crew anymore is that the crew had been killed, and in fact that it had been killed by some mysterious creature, which, as they found out later on, was this bladed creature called a Kanasi. The crew managed to deal with this threat, although it was a very dangerous one, managed to deal with the threat, and by the time they were done with it, Spindra had left for parts unknown, leaving them somewhat in the lurch because the ship did not have enough power to be able to get back to Savros. And so the group decided instead, after having searched the shipping manifests and details, they ended up finding a place that they could go instead. A place that was located as a moon about this gas giant. And this moon not only had places where the stuff that was on the ship was bound, some of it standard mining colony equipment, and some of it smuggled equipment, stuff that was not considered to be legal, and of course the Kanasi themselves, which is very, very illegal. But also, they found that there were some people that were going to be waiting for them. Specifically, Tezora Markley, who is a good friend of Petrosinis. I should say was a friend of Petrosinis. Maybe it'd be a better way to put it back in the day. And when she found that there were these sort of pictures tying Tezora to this situation, Petra knew that she was dealing with something strange. And she was already dealing with something strange because of certain images and things that she had been seeing from computers pop up and sort of speaking to her in a way that seemed odd to her. She wasn't really sure what's going on, but something has been a problem for Petra for a while. And so as the crew decided that they would take the ship to the only place they could, there was a moment where they considered going to the planet Loran Ja, until they remembered, seemingly overnight, that Loran Ja was actually a planet that was where the Lorendi Imperium is located. And those of you watching this series for a while will remember that the crew actually escaped the Eos Keldor, which was the main prison ship of the Lorendi Imperium at the very beginning. So, as was pointed out to me many times, this is more or less like checking into the Death Star for a pleasant visit. Not a good idea. So they decided to change course and go to this moon instead. What they found when they got there was that this was not a standard sort of moon. What a shock. It wasn't exactly as they thought it would be. First of all, there were these two defense cannons, these enormous cannons that were circling around the planet. And then secondly, a couple of smaller moons, including the one that they ended up landing on, where there was a spaceport. I wouldn't know if I would call it a busy spaceport, but at least it wasn't absolutely deserted. There were some things, some shops there, some materials, and so forth. And when they landed, they actually decided to do a little bit of searching around to find some things. First of all, they discovered a cyber merchant whose name was Senek that Sleepwell was trying to sell what was left of the Kanasi to. Senek seemed to think that this was a great idea, but needed to go check it himself. And that was when we decided to bring out, kaboom, Maximilian, his robot, not really Maximilian, but this robot guardian, basically, that he brought with him. And so, as the party headed out as they headed out with them to go to the ship, in the meantime, Aramis and Petra had gone to this bar, where they discovered, once they arrived at this bar, they had been told to come there by a couple of people that had been speaking to them and saying you should go to this particular place. And when they got there, they actually found someone behind the bar who was this Vass, this Eldori, who was the owner of the local saloon called the Dream Pipe. This person called Jarva, who was this human, some human that they don't know a lot about, except that they know that Jarva was the same name of the person who actually owned the Tangerel. He was the former captain of this ship that they just escaped. And, of course, Tezora herself, who, in our last sort of moment of the last session, said something to the effect of, Petra, I knew you were going to find me. I just didn't think you'd find it here in the armpit of the galaxy, to which Petra memorably said, well, can this day get any better? At which point we kind of closed things up for the time. And so now we are good to go, I think, and let me just double check and see if I've gotten an answer to my question. Echo, are we all good? Or not? Before I let the party go with stuff here. I may proceed? Okay. All right, so then I'll proceed. So here it is. And I wanted to ask first before I knew, but okay. So here it is. Hear ye, for before we are consigned to oblivion, we must take a moment to heed this plea. One in this great family of ours by the name of Shadowed Mage, as we all know, has had severe financial difficulties ever since he bounced upon the unemployment wagon. Managing to survive for some time, it has now become scarce. Scavenging by what he has left, it is taken upon him to ask for some help. He is sorry to do this, but what is the best nation on our planet? Communities. All small and large donations help to provide another day for Shadowed Mage. Have a heart, let us provide some beams of light through the darkness that surrounds our Shadowed Mage. He's a mage of the shadows, but this darkness engulfs the shadow, and it is the light of you, whomever donates, that provides these beams of hope for Shadowed Mage. For more information, check the link in the ARV chat. Shadowed Mage thanks you, Arvin Eleron thanks you, the community thanks you, and I, Echo Alpha X5, thank you for listening and wishing a grand weekend to all. Now to Oblivion. Thank you, Echo. Yeah, so Shadowed, of course, is a long-term member of the community, and as you saw, you fired up the link there that you can help if you're able to. There's never an obligation to do this, but Echo is quite right. This is a community that's very important to me. I think communities are the things that make the difference between despair and hope, and I know that the community has come together to help before. So if you're able to jump on board to help Shadowed Mage by clicking that link, that would be lovely. Thank you, and thank you, Echo, for the introduction. That was lovely. All right, so now I will hand things over to the party. Sorry, folks, but that was kind of important. I will now hand this over to the party, and I'm going to start, I believe, where we left off before I jump back over to the ship. So I'm going to start with Aramis and Petra, who are in this bar. Aramis, you were sitting at the bar with 2 drinks in front of you, one of which you ordered for you, one of which that you ordered for the bartender. And then you've got Petra, who is there, and behind her, Tezora Markley, who she just had a chance to speak to. So Tezora is looking at you, and Vast the bartender and Jarva are in the place looking at you as well. Now I'll hand it over to Aramis and to Petra first.
I'm looking at Aramis and saying, where is my drink? I'm markedly ignoring Tezora.
Okay.
I take the drink that's in front of me just as I'm about to, and I slide it over to her, and I say, I think you need this more than I do. Can we get another bottle or two, please? And I slowly turn around and look back at who this person is that's addressing Petra.
And Tezora has this slight smile on her face. And you can, as you're sort of looking at her, you can actually see that she's definitely got. Now, I don't believe Petra's actually ever described to Aramis or to Kaz or anybody details about her. I don't think, has she? Petra, or no?
No, but she's a very, as most Ashen Forge are, tall and very muscular, very broad-shouldered. She has no hair. She has a very faint suggestion of what might have been gills from a previous form. And her skin is a sort of grayish green.
Yep. And so as you look at her, you can see that there is also a scar on her face where there was not one before, Petra. And she looks much the same as she does when you saw her before, but definitely a little more beaten up. The intervening years have definitely done a bit of work. That, of course, is all you just see because you haven't talked to her because, as you said, you're ignoring her. Aramis, as you're sort of, kind of looking at this person, Tezora has her arms folded, and then she glances over at Jarva, who shrugs, and then Tezora goes up to the bar and starts speaking to you, Aramis, and she says, "So, I knew that Petra always had a thing for Ashenforge, but it wasn't clear to me that she was going to look for more of them. I suppose that you're the newest flavor of the month, then?" She's saying this to Aramis.
All right, sorry, I missed that last part for some whatever reason. I just had a momentary bit of lag, and I just didn't hear any audio at all.
Oh, which part did you not hear? Like,
she said something about Petra having a preference for Ashenforge, and then
and then she just said, "I suppose that you're the new flavor of the cycle for her. Are you?"
I'm going to turn around at this point as Aramis gapes and just say, and what the fuck would it matter if he was? What do you want from us?
And she just sort of smiles and she says, "Why, hello, Petra. Nice to see you too." And you can tell that you always have been able to tell a little bit that the way her kind of eyes flare a bit when she's annoyed. And she kind of goes over and says, "You haven't seen someone for a bunch of cycles. You'd like to think that they might remember you just a little bit. It's not like I came to see you,
It's not like I've forgotten the money you owe me."
And she says, "That's minor, and I'll be able to address that problem. Why is it always these things with you, Petra? It's always been... I try to think of things beyond that, but you're always worried about the here and the now and the what about the how do we make all the things run the right way and how do I hammer the thing the right way? How about you... Have you learned to loosen up?"
Because that's the important stuff.
And then she turns to you, Aramis, and she says, "She's never been able to lighten up. Do you know that there was a time when the name Petra Sinis could have brought down the galaxy to its knees? Petra Sinis could have had this kind of force about her, but no, she always had to do things the right way, do things with just do what she thought was the right thing, stand up for what's right all the time, never willing to just have a little bit of a broader perspective, always about the here and now. And she's sort of looks right at you, almost looks at you, Aramis, like, can you believe this nonsense? And she's like, you know what I mean. And she grabs one of the drinks, because now the bartender is putting more drinks up on the bar. So she grabs one of them and she says, you know, the thing that gets me, downs it in 1 second, drops the glass, like just drops it and says, the thing that gets me is the fact that I really, really Petra and I we're so close, and then we move apart, the universe moves us apart, here we're brought back together, and the first thing she thinks of is money. She shakes her head.
I'd say directly to Aramis, watch it. She'll start crying in a minute.
Aramis is just kind of taking this all in, kind of, just shocked at this sort of dramatic turn that's come out from Petra, who's been otherwise sort of, it's just sort of a very mellow and just, very passive in some ways, but also, been really strong and assertive in other ways. And seeing this, this new burst of life from her, gets a little bit of an admiration, for who she is. And he looks and he says, I don't think I need this right now, as he slides the drink back across the table or across the bar. And he looks to his newfound sort of drinking buddy and says, it's rare that I turn down a drink with somebody, but you just insulted my friend. You don't insult my friends.
And
now, please state your business.
So she kind of takes a moment and looks at you and then rolls her eyes and she says, I don't know what my business is since you came to me, but apparently Jarva over there knows. And Jarva, meanwhile, has been watching all this and chuckling, and finally his chuckle just bursts out into laughter. He's like, this is great. This is exactly what I would have expected. All we have to do is travel halfway across the galaxy to have a dear reunion of friends. And let me tell you, it doesn't surprise me at all, Tezora, that this is the kind of friend you have. Someone who wants something from you because you haven't delivered what you owed them. And Tezora's kind of like, just stow it, Jarva. And
well, sounds like this guy actually knows you. I mean, Petra's telling me one thing, but if I'm getting independent sources telling me the same thing, I don't know. You don't seem like a good drinking buddy. What are you doing here?
And she says, I am here because this was the place that I could find where others that had similar problems understanding the big picture would have difficulty finding me until things settled down. That's all. I ended up finding a chance to work with some people, like Jarva here, and once I had a chance to work with them, I realized that there were new opportunities available to me. Opportunities. You know, Petra, those things that you do when you want to advance your station and not just stay in the same place you've been your whole life, she says, looking over her shoulder at you. And
you mean those things that you dangle in front of people in order to trick them into doing what you want? Is that what you're talking about?
It's not trickery. Look, I'm sorry about what happened on Serofax. It didn't go down the right way, but the past is past. We've had other circumstances where things worked out pretty well, right? There were times...
No, you name one!
Well,
name one that has worked out well.
What about the time at Bastraku when I was able to get you an upgrade to your hammer? What about that?
You broke the hammer first.
I mean, let's not... Yeah, but what was the end result? What was the end result? That's what matters here. The end result was you had a better hammer. Look at it now. I see you still have it.
Which I still owe money on. Do you realize I'm still paying that off?
And she says, well, yeah, the interest on that can be a bear. But listen, it's all right. We'll be able to work this out. We'll be able to work this out once you've heard what Jarva has to say.
Whoa. Who says we're actually going to work with you?
No. She says, I'm not saying anything. I didn't bring you here. But now that you're here, I am happy to figure out ways for us to work together. Despite...
I don't even know this guy. I don't even know why he was making eyes at Petra over here, but we're here to find out what he has to say. Nobody said anything about actual work.
And so Jarva kind of smiles and chuckles again, and he says, "All right, Vas, give me a couple more of those drinks, and let's actually talk some business. As pleasant as all of this has been, I'd actually like to get some details into these people. And I want to tell you that although, and I want to tell you," and Vas tosses a couple of more drinks his way, slides them across the bar, and he says, "I want to tell you that even though it's true that what your friend Petra here has said about our dear friend Tezora, for all of her problems, which are considerable," and Tezora kind of grunts, he says, "she does have one thing right, and that is that there is some potential money in all of this for us. This is, of course, assuming that we all survive to get off this planet." And he says, "What happened to you when you first got here? When you first landed at the spaceport? You remember what security did to you?"
Yeah, they scanned us.
"Yes, and more than scanned. What did they try to do to you after that?" And he
Take
says,
us down for money.
he says, "Yes, and they tried to go on your ship, popularly known as boarding."
So what you're telling me is that they discovered something on our ship and they're going to take it anyways? Come on, guys. Listen, we've already figured that out. That's like we're making that work. We're going to figure that out. Tell me something I don't know.
All right, I'll begin with this. Do you know what this spaceport is actually doing? Because if you think it's about mining, it's not. What do you think this place is actually here for?
I thought this was a pleasure resort where we actually come and we lounge in the sun all day and we kind of, read our books, have our drinks, little things with like, umbrellas and that are colorful.
He smiles and he says, "See, I like this person already. See?" And he kind of looks at Tezora, and Tezora kind of shrugs. And he says, "Yes, I like your sense of humor, friend, and you have a right to it. But I have to tell you that despite the claim, I'm not just about thinking what's best for the money. I'm also thinking about what's best for our survival. You all have attracted the attention of one of the worst people you could run into on this side of the galaxy. And I think you did it when you happened to take over my ship. I believe you were in possession of my ship, the Tangrel. I don't know how you got it or exactly how you got it here, but now that it's here, it's quite clear that the person who runs this place is going to want a piece of it for himself." And he nods to Vas, and Vas presses a button, and these metal shutters like come down, and he says to you, "Don't be alarmed, but we need to be not disturbed while we're having this conversation." And then the door... And the one thing I want to point out is that this metal, this stuff that just happened, is way out of proportion to what the tavern looked like, right? It's like walking into, ye old saloon and suddenly people are pulling out laser rifles. Like, it's not, these things are not sort of in line, which suggests that this is later technology that was added on or something, but this is odd. And he says, "I have been hiding on this base with the help here of Vas and some loyal friends for a while. And the reason is because I know that this system and all the orbits around it are being watched by a group called the Shadow Technocracy. You heard of them?"
No.
And he smiles and he says, "Well, you're about to. You see, I've heard quite a bit about you. I've heard quite a bit about you because my men have been monitoring the guy who runs this place and runs it for the Shadow Technocracy."
Hold on a second. As this is going on, I click on our comm link, making sure that Kaz can actually hear what's being said.
Okay. When you click it on, what you hear is immediate like feedback into your ear.
Damn it.
Sort of painfully so. And it's so loud that, and you hear that too, Kaz. You hear this, I mean, you don't get it as loud on your end, but you hear like...
It's just me making that noise. It's just me going...
Yeah, it's just you going, ah! Yeah, exactly. But so, and it's actually loud enough, Aramis, that people in the room can hear it a little bit. And so Jarva smiles and he says, "Nothing personal, friend. It's not that I don't trust you, but frankly, I don't trust you. Well, not just you. I don't trust anybody. And right now, I can't have comm links going in and out. I promise you, we'll let the rest of your people know as soon as I've told you what we need to say."
Hey, that's fine. That's great. Good job. I'm glad you don't trust me. Awesome.
Kaz, go ahead. What were you going to say first? I know you're not there yet, but
So do I, first of all, where am I? And then am I actually hearing static from my receiver?
you are hearing static as if someone was trying to contact you but was not successful in doing so. You can't tell which comm link, but it's a good guess that it's the people not currently with you. I believe, although actually maybe Johnny and Kat can correct me if I'm wrong about this, I believe that Zach was going with Sleepwell to the ship to deal with, is that right? To deal with the guy? Okay. So you're basically going to the ship to deal with this cyber merchant who's looking at the Kanasi that you've got, Kaz?
Yeah.
So basically this is all happening simultaneously, but it's sort of as you're walking down the street, you hear this like going on in your ears. And you know that Aramis and Petra are not there, but they weren't supposed to be there. But yeah, you definitely hear something weird going on in your
Do I know where Aramis and Petra went?
I believe Aramis had said that he and Petra were going to a bar nearby. I believe, although I don't know if you said which one, but
we said we were going to the local establishment, the closest establishment, and I nodded to the guy to follow me.
Right. So you were heading to the ship. You could theoretically, cause if this like bothered you, you could like try to go track them down, or you could just keep going. With Sleepwell, that's up to you.
I would say, because also Sleepwell also has a comm, so it's like both of our comms just suddenly start staticking, and then I'll say to Sleepwell that I'll meet him at the ship. We don't have a particular reason to believe that the guy we're making this deal with is gonna like kill us or something.
What?
At least
no, you probably have a reason to believe that if you don't make this deal, he'll kill you. He's kind of a badass.
So I'll say I'll go check on them real quick.
Okay.
I'll just look, out on the outside, and then Sleepwell can keep going to the ship to finish the close out the deal.
Okay, so you are going to peel off then and try to get
Wait,
to the...
you trust that kid to actually make a good deal for us? Are you kidding me? That was mostly done for Carlos, but
I know. Sleepwell couldn't possibly. Oh man.
I peel off and I tell Sleepwell that if something is going on that I immediately need to take care of, that I will, but otherwise I'll come back and get him.
Okay, and I will cut back to you in a sec, Kaz, when we get this. So, meanwhile, inside the bar, Jarva, once all the metal shutters are down, these sort of blue, I guess just not very bright white lights, but lights kind of turn on so that now the inside of the tavern is lit. And Jarva says, "All right, I'll try to lay out for you what it is that I know. But before I do that, I'm not going to ask you to commit to anything ahead of time except one thing, and that is, you need to promise me that whatever it is that you hear from me right now, that you think things through before you act. Don't go running off half-cocked, firing off guns, hitting things with hammers. Tezora has told me a little bit about the way you handle that thing, Petra. And I don't know other than what she's told me about you. She says you're not the kind of person to be super impulsive and crazy and that's part of your problem, but I don't know anything about you other than what she's told me. So the only thing I know is that you've attracted this person's attention and that apparently you're good enough to somehow have gotten my ship and gotten it here. That's enough for us to work together, I think, if you like what it is I have to say." So he kind of waits.
I'm just going to drop a single nod.
Okay.
I slide Petra another drink.
Okay. And so he says, so it's like this, and he sits down heavily in one of the sort of bar stools. It's like this. The person that has been following you is a man whose name is Ibis. He works for the Shadow Technocracy, and the Shadow Technocracy is kind of a criminal organization, you might say. They work on the fringes of space. They work, Joe Kaha, in the shadows. The problem with the shadow technocracy is that for a long time they were just kind of a small, low-level criminal operation. I even worked with them and for them sometimes, smuggling things for them, moving things from place to place, making sure that questions that needed to not be asked were not asked, if you get my meaning. And then something happened. Something changed. I don't know if it's the leadership or something, but they're acting grandiose now. He kind of looks over at Voss, who shrugs and nods. He says, it's as if they've got someone calling the shots who wants them to be bigger than what they are. They started doing bigger hits, bigger raids, started actually trying to get legit instead of just shaking down a couple of people for some, money, some protection money to keep open a bar here or a gun shop there. Now all of a sudden they're running bases, planets, making arrangements with others, side deals. I've even heard tell that they've done some work with the Lorendi, even though the Lorendi would deny it, but there are some factions that don't like the way the Imperium is going, and apparently the Shadow Technocracy is tied into it. Anyway, the only thing I know is that the Shadow Technocracy has taken a particular interest in you. It's been all over the vid feed that the Hyperlance escaped Peltiveria a few cycles ago. Now, I don't want to put two and two together, but it's a pretty good bet that when you showed up at the base Pelseveros, which is the only way you could have ended up with my ship, I assume, that you probably were flying it. And the reason I know that is the people that were pursuing you were from the Shadow Technocracy. Ibis wants you. He wants your ship, he wants the things in it, and he wants information that you can provide him. What he's doing right now is watching you like a hawk, going everywhere you possibly can. Everywhere that you go, he goes, until he's tracked down enough information about you, springs his trap, shakes you down for any info, and then deliver you to whoever he's going to deliver you. Ibis isn't the top dog in the Shadow Technocracy. From what I understand, you wouldn't want to meet the top dog. But he could hand you over to him, and so Ibis is plenty dangerous. And he sort of stops and looks to kind of take stock of what you were all thinking about that. I think you're muted, Kep.
Sorry, I had fire engines. I'm just looking at him deadpan.
So let me get this straight.
Okay, and he looks at you, but you, Petra, and then kind of was like, and then looks over at Aramis.
These guys have been following us from almost the beginning of us getting together and stealing this, stealing this ship. All because he wants it and figures that since we took it from whoever we took it from and did the things that we've done, that it's going to be easy pickings to get it from us now?
Oh, I don't think he thinks it'll be easy pickings, but it is convenient that you happen to have landed right in his lap, as it were. And Ibis isn't the one who sent the Shadow Technocracy people after you to begin with. Ibis just happens to be the lucky sap who's sitting here when you, one of the most wanted people from this entire organization, drops right into his lap. You people should be proud of yourselves. You apparently have attracted a great deal of attention. It's not everyone who can show up on a most wanted poster for the Shadow Technocracy. Now, at this point, as you're sort of looking at this, Kaz, you come up outside where you thought you had been told this place was, and this is a place that is called the Dream Pipe. And as you come up to it, and it's, I think I mentioned this last time, but the sign is basically this bright, flashing neon, very gaudy, but right now it looks, the door is completely closed and shut, and you can see that there's actually what looks like metal shutters kind of closing off the door, and you're just sort of standing in front of the clearly closed and, locked metal outside of this place.
Does the door seem to have a handle?
The door has a handle. Sure, yeah.
I try to open the door.
You are unsuccessful. The door is definitely apparently locked and closed. On the inside, you hear something, and Vass says, "There's someone outside." And so Jarva kind of like looks at her, you know, kind of whips a glance at her, and she looks and she says, "It's the Bellari." And
Oh, he's okay. You can let him in.
he kind of relaxes and turns back to you and says, "All right, you know you can trust this one too."
Yeah, you don't want to piss off Starboy. He'll shoot you from a mile away, and you won't even see it coming. So yeah, you don't want you just got to let him inside. Otherwise, you're gonna piss him off.
And Tizora says, "Well, we certainly don't want to piss anyone off, do we?" Kind of looks at you, Petra. And then, so Vass presses a button, and the door, you have this odd experience, Kaz, of like you're holding the door, and all of a sudden, like it kind of slides open. You're like, and you see, you are now looking inside at a darkened. I mean, it's lit, but like it's relatively dim lighting, and you can see that there are several people. There is a Eldori who is standing behind the bar. There is a human who is sitting on a stool next to the bar. You can see Aramis and Petra, who have several drinks and several empty glasses in front of them, and you can see that Petra looks quite irritated and seems to be attempting not to pay attention to another Ashenforged, a bald Ashenforged that you have not seen before, tall, even taller than Petra? Petra? Even taller than you?
I'm sorry. When you asked me about her, I thought you were asking me to describe Petra.
No.
Tizora
I was
actually, she's a Dendari.
I thought so. I was a little confused.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Right. Okay, good. Yeah. No, I wanted you to, yeah. That's what I thought. So you see a Dendari, not an Ashenforged. I was very confused. Okay. So, you see her sitting next to her, but you see Petra is not paying attention. It seemed to be like resolutely, there's sparks going on clearly, and not of the positive kind, between Petra and whoever this Dendari is. And the human on the stool says, come in. We've heard a lot about you."
I shift a glance to Armis and Petra, like looking for approval or.
Come on, have a drink. Oh wait, I'm sorry, you don't drink. I forgot about that. Just come on in. It's fine. We're fine. We're fine.
All right.
How are you?
I walk in.
Okay, and then
before I walk in, I go. So everything's okay. Everything's fine.
For certain definitions of okay, yeah, but we've got news. You should come in. You should have an equivalent of a drink, perhaps.
I'm gonna tell Sleepwell that everything is okay because I left him.
That's good.
Watch out, radios don't work in here, man. It'll hurt you. Do you even have ears?
I turn away from the door. And if they'll let me, I'll send a quick message to Sleepwell just saying it's okay. We're at the dream, whatever it was called.
The dream pipe. And yeah, everything works fine outside of the dream pipe. So
yeah.
And
I say it's fine, everything's okay. I'm going to be inside.
And I think he contacts you back. He's like, "Are you sure? I'm handling this guy on my own? Is that? I think it's fine.
If you want, do you feel like you need me?
I don't. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. Just I'll handle it. It's fine. It's fine.
I turn as he's doing that. I turn back. I turn back to the other two, to Aramis and Petra, and I'm like, do you guys need me here?
He says in your ear, "It's fine. It's okay. I'm fine."
I mean, I got Petra's back. I mean, I'm ready to kick this, and points over at, Petra's good friend here. I'm ready to kick her ass. But other than that, things seem to be okay. I mean, granted, we're getting told a lot of really terrible things. You might want to hang out and hear the terrible news, but otherwise, we're good. We're good. Go ahead and make the deal. We're good. We're good.
I like still standing outside. I look back in the direction of the ship. How far away is the ship from this building?
Well, it's not visible from here. You'd have to get around to the spaceport, which is not that far, but I mean, it's a couple of minutes walk, basically, to get up to where the spaceport actually would be.
Okay. All right. I poke back in and say to everyone in the building, I haven't heard anything. I was just checking on my friends. I'll be leaving now.
Take it easy, guys.
Okay, and so he leaves, and Jarva and Vass kind of look at each other, and Jarva's like, Okay then. And so he nods to Vastin again. The door, closes up. And before I jump back to Kaz and Sleepwell, so he looks, Jarva looks at you and says, all right, so now you know. The reason that I know most of this is that I've been keeping a watch on Ibis, and Ibis and his henchmen have been keeping a watch on you. I am pretty confident they didn't get a chance to get a bug on you yet, but frankly, if we hadn't been watching you, you probably would have been close to being taken in by now.
So
And taking-
why?
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Why are you telling us this? What are you proposing?
He says, well, I have two goals here. First of all, I believe you have my ship. And not only do you have my ship, you have the cargo on it, which was meant to come to some of the people here, including members of the Shadow Technocracy. If Ibis were to get the Kanasi, and if I could convince him that what he thought he heard about you was not true, and that you folks were just random people that were working for me, that were just delivering this stuff, and things got a little bit off track, then he might be distracted enough to let us get off this planet. He'll pay us, and that would be nice. I'll get my ship back, and that would be nice. And we'll get the hell out of here before the Shadow Technocracy figures out what's going on, and that will be really nice because it won't end in our deaths. So I'm offering you a chance to get off this ship and get some money, or get off this planet and get some money, and do so without occupying more attention. Now, once you're clear of here, I can't promise what's going to happen. The Shadow Technocracy isn't going to abandon looking after you just because you got out of here. But at least you won't be right in the middle of the fire. You'll have, a few cycles anyway before you have to worry about getting put back in that oven.
Now, based on my knowledge of your, and here I just stop for a second and look at Tesora, compatriot, I have heard of schemes where, I don't know, she might have come up with imaginary people to try and scare other people into just handing things over. So how do I know that that's not, how do we know, and I'll turn to Aramis, how do we know that any of this is real?
Tesora
How do we know you're
sighs
not
heavily.
just procuring this? Go ahead.
Tesora sighs heavily. He's like, Petra, I understand that there have been mistakes that we've made in the past. I know. But I've never actually, in all of these times, sold you out. I've never literally handed you over to the bad guys. Have I? I've never literally taken you and brought you and dropped you off and said, here, now pay me money for turning in my friend.
Wow, we are depending a lot on the definition of the word literally here.
We're also depending on the word friend.
She shakes her head, and Jarvis says, you know, she made clear to me that you two had been very close at one time, Petra. I'm beginning to have my doubts. And his eyes kind of flicker over to Tesora. And Tesora says, look, the only way that Jarva knew that you were to be trusted and not some thieves that had just ripped off his ship and were hoping for a quick buck is because when I saw that you were with him, I knew, Petra, that you could be trusted. I vouched for you. Whatever you may think of me, I've always admired you. Not your stubbornness, your unwillingness to change, your being stuck back in the 19th century, but I've always at least admired what you're supposed to be. It's because of me that Jarva did not immediately take his men and say the hell with you or decide to consign you to an even worse place in the galaxy than this. And she looks at Jarva and says, right? And Jarva, looks at her and then shakes his head and says, yes. Nods and says, yes, that's true. She did vouch for you. I made my own later on decisions and my own research, but it's true that she did vouch from you to begin with.
Huh. I'm going to turn and look at Aramis and say, well, what do you think?
Honestly, I don't trust her, and I'm not sure I trust him. But I've only just met these two people, and I trust him more than I trust her. So based on what your impression is of your friend, and I use that word loosely because she keeps using it with you, I got to go with your gut here, Petra. This is not. I mean, yeah. What do you want to do?
I'm going to turn to Jarba and I'm going to say, so if we were to go along with what you're saying, what would the next step be?
He says, well, for one thing, we've got to figure out how to get the Kanasi to Ibis and figure out a way to do it without Ibis deciding that you are exactly the people that the Holovids have claimed you are. We've got to convince them that somehow he's been misled, and we've got to convince him that the Kanasi that you've got, you do have all of them, right? They're all fine?
I think, and I'm going to turn to Aaron and say, maybe we should get Speedwell to stop doing what he's doing, if you know what I mean. You know, the thing that Speedwell is doing.
Well,
That thing.
Kaz was just here. I mean, all right. You know what? I'll tell you what. Why don't I go catch up to Kaz and get this thing sorted out? I'm going to have him hold off, or at least stall. And I'm probably going to have to do the talking, because knowing Sleepwell, he's going to get us into trouble and just, talk, speak his mind, or, talk his way into something even worse.
Yes.
And that is a good moment to pause you two, because meantime, across the spaceport, Kaz, you are catching up now with Sleepwell, who is hurrying along next to Sonic the Cyber Merchant. Now, for those of you who may have missed this description the last time, in addition to this person, who I'm just going to keep flashing, blam, maximally. In addition to that, that's the robot that's going along with him. Sonic himself is basically has only the top half of him, essentially, is even vaguely humanoid anymore. A lot of his body has been replaced by metallic parts, and in fact, he has nothing below his knees, which are themselves metal. He rides along on a hover platform, Kaz. So as you are going along, this guy, continues to sort of pass along, and seems very kind of focused on where he's going, with Maximilian, with his robot companion here, being very kind of mysteriously kind of moving along behind him. One of the things that's really disturbing about this robot is that he's totally silent. He doesn't make any kind of clanking sounds, but he has these blades on his arms and hands that basically look like they could spin up at any moment and do a whole lot of damage. And so as this robot is going along with this, red light sort of moving back and forth next to Sanic, Sanic has not said anything really, except grunting occasionally as his platform shifts. And Sleepwell has been doing his usual sort of, okay, it's going to be right along this way. It's going to be right just down here a little bit further, and it's going to be great. I'm looking forward to it. I think you're going to like what you see. This is good stuff here. And Kaz, you catch up to them just as they're about to get to the ship itself. And as they're closing in on it, Sanic sort of holds up a hand. He says, "Oh, wait a minute. You mean that you just have the ship sitting there under guard? That whole thing's under surveillance." And sort of Sleepwell looks around and then looks at you, Kaz.
What do you mean under guard? What do you mean?
He says, "You see that over there?" And you see a couple of these drones that are floating around near the ship. It almost looks like they're flying like sort of haphazardly, but very clearly they keep sort of centering back on the Tangrel. Because I think you took the full Tangrel, I believe, not the shuttle. So floating around the Tangrel, and he says, yeah. He says, those things right there, those report right to the leader of this place, the head of this base. If security gets a hold of somebody going in there without leave, they're going to be on us faster than you could possibly imagine. I have a understanding, of course, with these guards, but I don't know whether or not I want to take whatever heat is leading those things to be there in the first place. They don't use these drones for much other than the biggest, most important jobs down here. Now, you've been holding out on me?" And he kind of looks at both you, Kaz, and Sleepwell. And Sleepwell's like, I told you everything that I know. I mean, we got merchandise,
DM, he knows that we're going to try to sell him Kanasi, right?
Yes.
Like, that's why he took an interest in this?
That's what he was told, yeah.
Okay. So, Kaz says, well, I mean, we have more than just Kanasi on the ship. Maybe that's what it is. We've been journeying for a long time, and I don't know. We're not, as experts of these machines. Weren't the ones that made them. Maybe there's some sort of robotic attraction going on.
And he kind of looks at you, like he's kind of like with this expression, and then he says, do you mean to tell me that there's other people who know about these Kanasi? I mean, other people in this port right now.
Not that I know of, no.
He says, because if there are, there'd be at least 3 groups I can think of that would want them right off the bat. Ugh. This is getting worse all the time.
You're the only one that knows.
Kind of looks you up and down and says, I don't know if I can trust you. I can't even see your face. I don't even know if you have a face. He kind of
You're looking at it right now.
And
do you want them or not?
I'd like you to make a persuasion check for me, Kaz.
All right.
Yeah, be quiet, Lando. Take the money.
Yeah. Okay. Persuasion. Okay. No, 19.
Wow, look at you. So he sighs finally, and he says, fine, I'll go in and take a look. And he sort of barks a couple of commands to his robot that smoothly moves off towards one of the drones. And in the meantime, he holds up his wrist and he barks a couple of commands that you can't really understand. You're not even sure what the language is. And a second later, you notice that one of the drones is starting to act very oddly. It begins to kind of like spin around, like, and then like goes flying off somewhere else in the spaceport. And he says, all right, that ought to hold him for about 10 minutes. And this better be worth it. It takes me forever to find another one of those jammers. And he sort of walks off. Now, Kaz, you know that, having done a little bit of bounty work in your time, that jammers of the type that he's just used are, first of all, incredibly illegal, and secondly, are very expensive most of the time because they generally have to be designed for specific kinds of models of things. Like the sort of universal jammer doesn't really exist without basically just being like a laser rifle. So if you're going to jam something without permanently destroying it, it's expensive to do. And so the fact that he was just like had these things chambered and ready basically to use is, in any case. So that drone is gone, and in the meantime, the other drone is just sort of hovering there with the robot just kind of, its red beamed face just kind of sitting there right next to it. And it's just sort of docile. It's just like flying there. And as Sanak moves his platform forward, he says, nice work. Keep guard out here. He's speaking to the robot. And he comes up to the ship and he says, all right, open up. Let's see what we got.
I open the ship for us.
Okay. And they go in. Now, where do you want to lead them to? Because there are definitely, parts and components of the missing pieces of what's left of the Kanasi, and then there's that one intact Kanasi that you have. That's still in its box, if you remember.
We are entering in from the same airlock that we initially entered the ship from.
Yes, and I'll pop up the we'll pop up.
It's already there.
I was already there. I'm sorry, I thought I had you on the galaxy map. My fault. Yes. So so you're coming in through here. Same spot.
Oh, the top. Okay.
Yeah, because you went out. I think because this is right. Yeah, these were the guards that led you in from there. So yes, that's where you're coming from.
Okay. Ooh.
Hey, Rock God, what's up?
Yeah. I think we just go for a little walk, briskly moving to. I know that there's a couple dead ones, like right like, didn't we kill some in this room over here, and then there's one over here too? So we walk him over in this direction.
And when he gets to a couple of them, he sort of stops and kind of like platform descends so he can actually look at them. When he picks up one of these pieces, he picks up one of the blades very carefully, and from sort of he's got basically like this. It looks almost like you thought it was kind of like a headband, almost like this metallic headband, and coming into place around the side is this red. It almost looks like what would be, to come out of game for a minute, a jeweler's like magnifier, if you know what I mean. It just sort of fits in the one eye, and he's looking at it and looks it up and down, and looks like these things were destroyed in combat. Is this all you have? Is just parts? Just pieces?
Are you interested in them?
He says, well, maybe I'm interested in them, yeah, but it's not going to be worth as much as an intact one. If you had a full intact Kanasi, well, that would be something, all right.
How much are we talking?
He says, I could go for... And he kind of sizes you up, like looks and says, all right. I already like you. You've dealt straight with me so far. So I'm going to give you 3,000 credits. And he pauses for like dramatic effect. Now, Kaz, it's up to you as to how you want to address whether or not you think this is actually a legitimate number or not. Like, you can pitch me on how you would assess that one way or the other.
Well, I reply to him, 3,000 for one.
And he says, yeah, that's right. One intact one.
I'm
And
just trying to think if the, the 5 that we killed were worth that much, or maybe a little bit more.
And Sleepwell is kind of like tugging at your arms, like, can I talk to you for just a second?
Yeah. Can you let us talk for a second?
Yeah. And he kind of grunts and goes back to his inspection. And Sleepwell says, 3,000 credits after what we went through?
I don't think that's enough.
No, I don't think it's enough either. I don't know how much to ask for, though. I think I remember reading once that the way you do this is you ask for a huge number and then you come off it. So he offered 3,000. We gave him 300,000. He'll meet us in the middle and we'll be rich.
Sleep well. Maybe not that much. I don't know how Valna money works, but not that.
All right, you're right.
But I get the idea.
At least 100,000. You're right.
All right.
So he's just, like shooting the moon this way. Yeah. So.
Okay.
Okay. Now I'm going to pause you for a second, and I'm going to jump back to Aramis and Petra. Now this is now at about the time when you just heard this. I'm going to go after him. Blah 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 blah. So now they're on the ship and they're talking credits. So now, Aramis and Petra, you can decide what you want to do. Of course, you don't know that he's having that conversation, but you know that he's on the ship, or that he's heading to the ship. So,
and we know that they were going to sell the Kanasi, and that we really don't want him to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you were at the first thinking it'd be okay to sell him, and then you didn't care who you sold him to, but now maybe it matters. Thank you, by the way, Super Fun Time. It's called a loop. Am I pronouncing that right? Is a loop is what that thing is? That's cool. So yeah.
So Aramis, you or I, one of us needs to stop Sleepwell. Before you need to stop him before mistakes are made.
Do I, though? I mean, I'm feeling a little... I mean, do you really trust these people?
I don't trust Tizora an inch, but this guy seems to know what he's doing, and this is, let us admit it, perhaps not the least dangerous place we could have come. We knew that. This may be that danger manifesting. I think, though, we should stop the Kanasi selling before we know what's going on, until we know what's going on.
That I agree with. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
that's sensible.
And he says, wait a minute. So Jarvis says, wait a minute. What do you mean selling? You're going to sell the Kanasi to someone else?
Not anymore.
Well, is that what he's going to do? You got to... And he gets agitated. He's like, if he sells that to somebody else and the word gets out, you're going to be... And he just kind of like... He says, you got to stop him.
Stand here talking about it, or you can let Aramis go stop him. Go.
He says, well, I mean... And he nods to Voss, and Voss like, shutters open, doors open.
And Aramis steps out and immediately goes, hey, Kaz, are you there, man?
So you were just literally turning around to be like, all right, here's our offer, Kaz, and then you hear this, what you just heard.
Yeah, what?
So, maybe it's not a good idea to sell those things just yet.
We were just about to... What's going on?
Some new information has kind of come to light, and we should really be a little more concerned about not only who knows we have those things, but where they actually end up. And they may be our price to actual freedom for a while, not just creds.
Great. Okay. Well, here's the situation. I got to go deal with this guy. But his giant robot is currently standing outside our ship, guarding it.
Guarding our ship?
Yeah, for him. We have about 10 minutes, so.
Is that really obvious?
Yeah.
You might want to ask him if that's going to be a problem. Because the impression I'm getting is that we're in a lot of trouble here.
So we need to get him off the ship.
Get him off the ship. Stop the sale.
Or you want me to lock him in the ship?
Do you think his robot can tear apart the ship?
I don't see why he would. Well, I don't know. I have a feeling he doesn't want to cause a scene, but we'll deal with it. Are you guys coming back, or are we coming to you, or what?
I'm going to check in with Petra. We've got a little bit of a trouble here with her past. Yeah. It's a long story. It's a thing, right. I'll be there as soon as I can to help out.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
And Aramis sticks his head back in and goes, "Hey guys, it's great. I'm gonna go deal with this. But we're great. The sales, we're good. Petra, are you okay?"
Yep.
And Aramis takes off for the ship.
Okay. I will deal with Aramis in just a second. As you are on your way to the ship, meanwhile, back in the dream pipe, so Tizora sort of sees Aramis go, and she shakes her head and she says, "I don't know, Petra. It doesn't strike me as quite your type."
Why is that always the first thing you think about?
And she says, "Because it's never the first thing you think about. That's part of your problem. Didn't loosen up enough."
I don't need these lectures again. This is just like old times. You're sitting there lecturing me, and I'm sitting here not enjoying it.
And she says, "You enjoyed some of it. Come on. It wasn't all bad."
I need another drink. I'm going to gesture to the bartender and slam down another one.
And Vass passes it over to you and says, and she says, "Look, Vass, the bartender says, look, I don't mind giving you all drinks as long as it takes to resolve whatever we're resolving, but I think we need to start getting some stuff done here, don't you, Jarva?" And Jarva's kind of like, "I agree, but at the same time, we need to make sure that we cover our bases here. If we go running over there, guns blazing right now, all of a sudden we blow half this spaceport up, we have no chance of getting off here. We need to somehow escape without them realizing that that's what happened, long enough for us to get away. And then, some of us anyway, have got to disappear and hope that the Shadow Technocracy doesn't find us when we do."
So what means of diversions do you have?
And he says, that is a concern. I do have a couple of ways to cause some problems, but when I cause problems, those problems will mean that the person who caused them will have to permanently depart the area. And if we do it wrong, and we end up not being able to escape after all, those problems are going to multiply whatever issues we've got with them here. In other words, if you're going to go with the king, you best not miss. If we're going to escape the jail, we best get out the first time.
Seems like a reasonable plan to me. Assuming nothing goes wrong, and I will look again markedly at Tezora.
And Tezora says, I know that this is going to be fine. It's just a matter of trying to work things through. And she kind of looks over at Jarva and says, as you can see, Petra's, well, she is what she is. But at least she's not lying to you. You can be sure of that. And Jarva shrugs and he says, oh, I'm sure she's not lying. It's the first time that I've dealt with someone from your group of friends that doesn't seem to have lied to me, Tezora. But we'll see whether or not she understands exactly what it is she's being asked to do. Hopefully we can all escape together and everything's fine. But if she doesn't, I hope that you've been honest with her and will keep being honest with her, Tezora. And Tezora kind of, I don't know what you mean, drink, you know.
I'm listening so intently.
So we will put you on pause for a minute. We will jump over to Aramis, who is catching up with Kaz. Now, actually, no, I'm sorry. Let me go to Kaz first. Aramis will have you come in just a moment. Also, thank you for the host, Torchbearer Gaming. All right, Kaz. So you have just heard this, and so Sanak is still, doing his investigation, or his little inspection, I should say. And as you turn back to him, he's like, all right, so I've seen these parts. I think they're legit Kanasi. But so far, all that tells me is that you've gotten some Kanasi parts. Where is the actual article that I'm paying for?
Well, I think before we even discuss the possibility of having any intact Kanasi or not, we're gonna have to be a lot more realistic about the price. Maybe you've kind of been under a rock here in Pelseros. Wait, is that even where we're at? I'm not even sure.
You don't even know where we are. No, no. This is actually a moon that's just actually circling around. You don't even know if it has a name. It's definitely not named on any of the charts or anything else. You just knew it was this kind of mining colony.
Maybe you've been on this rock for a little too long, but a machine that can kill an entire ship's crew and nearly kill a group of people that have escaped from other situations, that's worth at least 50,000.
Any kind of 50,000 is like, perhaps you haven't been living under enough of a rock, my friend, or you'd known the people that crawl out from under it don't have 50,000 credits to spend on your fever dreams. While you were fighting off these creatures, I was sitting here trying to make a living. That's what I do, an honest living. And my honest living involves not making stupid deals. I'm sorry that it took you so much to get this alleged intact Kanasi plus these parts, but frankly, that's got nothing to do with me. I'm buying what's there now, not the labor you put into getting it. And he sort of stops and he says, so 50,000 is absurd, but I like you, so I tell you what, I'm going to throw in an extra 1,000 credits. 4,000 credits it is.
All right.
And Sleepwell whispers, hey, we're making progress.
I think we've entertained this possibility enough. It was a pleasure to meet you. Your little hovering rig right there is very good on the eyes. But I guess I overestimated your value as a dealer here. So I guess we only have 10 minutes anyway. So
he says, hold on. I appreciate what you're trying to do here. That's very clever, attempting to kind of push me out by trying to give me the hard sell. It's very smart. Unfortunately for you, you're not working with a legitimate hand. You know as well as I do that these things are completely illegal. You also know as well as I do that you were under surveillance. Surveillance you would have had no chance of getting beyond if it wasn't for my, kindly influence. I can remove that kindly influence just as quickly. In fact, I can make sure that the drones in question go and immediately report in what it is that they've seen. So, if you feel like having a bunch of guards swarm you, that's fine. Don't take this the wrong way, I'm not threatening you. I'm happy to make a legitimate deal. But let's not start playing this as if you can be one of the hardcore merchant types. I'm afraid you might be in a little bit over your head. More credits? Sure. But 50,000? That's a laugh. And
Well
Sleepwell
said.
kind of whispers to you and says, maybe we're not making as much progress.
Well, first of all, I would ask you, are you known on this rock for illegal business? Or is this whole rock known for illegal business?
He says, illegal is such a strong word. We're known for moving outside the bounds of general commerce. You can take that
So-
as you like.
Should we be worried about the fact that your giant red robot is right outside our ship and the drones that used to be surveilling us are running around like they're on crack?
One of them is running around, and the other one is having a very long and involved discussion with my robot, who is well known to everyone who's here. They know that it means that I'm just doing a little bit of inspection of the merchandise, nothing serious. And of course, if there were to be any problems, I would make sure that my protection was taken care of. That said, yes, one of the reasons we only have 10 minutes is because eventually it's going to get noticed. Even here, security can sometimes get a little bit excited when they think that someone's trying to take property that they've rightfully stolen. And at this point, Aramis, you are walking up to the outside and you see the picture of the robot, or the image of the robot, is literally sitting next to, or standing next to, a drone, which is just kind of meekly hovering in the air next to this creature. And as it sees you, like red beam sort of from its eye sort of like follows you, and it just kind of silently regards you.
Hi there. Can I get inside my ship?
And it doesn't do anything. It doesn't say anything or do anything. It just continues to look at you.
Hello, and I start to reach out for it.
The blades start to spin up like on both
Whoa,
of it.
whoa, whoa! Aramis steps back. Hey, Kaz.
I hold up a finger to what is his name? Sanic?
Sanic, yeah.
Sanic the hedgehog.
Gotta go fast.
One second.
By the way,
Sleep
Kaz,
well,
you
sleep well.
caught the
Tell-
very... Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say, Kaz, you caught the very end of what you heard Aramis saying, hey, Kaz. You also heard what sounded like something outside also. But anyway.
I say, sleep well, keep our friend entertained here for just a second. Maybe tell him the story of how we met, not the specifics.
Oh. All right, well, so it all started, and you can see Sonic is like, glaring at him. Okay.
I go off to the side. Are you close by? I have an idea, but it's probably a really, really, really bad one.
At this point, a really bad idea is probably a good thing, because Petra's new friends are really pissed. And this big ugly red thing in front of our ship, nobody is missing this thing. It's just screaming, hey, there's bad shit going on here.
Well, I talked to the guy, and he said that he has the hookup here, and from his perspective, we shouldn't be worried about his robot. But
We shouldn't be worried about his robot. We should be worried about the attention that his robot is actually garnering for us. But that's just me.
yeah. Well,
What's your idea, buddy?
well, okay. this guy Sleepwell is telling him how I told Sleepwell to tell him the story of how we met. So we have probably a good like hour.
Yeah, make sure you get the guy a drink because he's going to need it after talking to Sleepwell for that long.
Well, here's the thing. We're kind of in between a rock and a hard place because now he's on the ship and he wants what we have. And now he's also threatening to turn us over to the authorities if we don't make the deal with them. So I'm thinking we give him what he wants.
Okay. And then do what to get out of the situation that we're currently in with Petra's new friends?
Do Petra's new friends want the last intact Kanasi? Or do they care if that's also damaged?
They weren't specific.
Does it matter, or do we just need to like get all of these Kanasi parts need to just not get sold to this guy? They need to get sold to her people. It doesn't matter the condition. I mean, we have 5 or 6 broken ones, so I don't think it matters. Look, here's what I want to do. I want to, if he's going to be stuck on this ship, I don't know this guy. He's on a freaking hovering platform thing, and he's smug, and I don't like him. So we could, turn a new leaf, give him the Kanasi, but what if I plug it in before we finish the deal? He gets what he wants technically, and probably also he'll need more than a hoverboard for his knees.
That's kind of brilliant, Kaz.
Is it a bad idea? Well, the only thing I'm worried about the robot on the outside.
But if the robot comes in to protect him, that takes care of that. Here's the problem, though. That doesn't buy us off the planet, which is what the Kanasi is going to get us.
Well,
that also causes a havoc if the thing gets off the damn ship.
Well,
and don't get me wrong. I'm not some sort of speciesist and out there to save everybody, but that seems like a really bad idea to me.
Well, we could just make sure that the ship is locked. And we've taken care of these things before, especially if his robot comes in to help protect his owner. I think at the very least, it'll create a distraction for us. Well, it'll create time.
What are we going to do with that time, though, Kaz?
Well, you guys could come by and... Okay, I don't know. Here's the thing, is either this guy leaves with these Kanasi parts and the intact one, or he turns us over to people that we don't want to be turned over to. So either we give him this stuff, or he's taken care of in some way, shape, or form.
You hear Sleepwell saying, so the thing about my family was...
Hey, Petra.
Yes. Oh.
You cannot be in contact with Petra at the moment until Petra gets out of that place.
All right. Can you get the kid to tell him another story? Maybe tell him the story of the fight of the Kanasi? I mean,
look, what is this?
It'll be an epic story that'll last another hour while I figure this out with Petra.
So the guy at this point, Kaz, says, look, what is this nonsense? Do you have this thing to show me or not?
All right, I'll do my best to stall. Okay, all right. I had a talk with my private appraiser, and we'll show you a bit more. First of all, I mean, we've only seen the parts for this one Kanasi. Not all of them are as badly damaged as this one is, so let's show you the others. And we begin a very, very slow tour of the other parts of the ship where we have dead Kanasi parts.
And so he starts to kind of go around. He starts looking at these other ones with you, and he says, These parts are interesting, but really the question is, what about the intact Kanasi?
Well, some of these aren't damaged so much that if you were able to find out how, you could reactivate them, like this one probably. And I point to one that may or may not be able to be reactivated.
And he sort of looks at it. It seems to be sort of half melted into the ground. He's like, I don't know what exactly you were doing to these things, but even Kanasi are not likely to come back from something like that. They'd have to get melted down into scrap, basically. And by the way, are you aware that when you destroyed these Kanasi, that the fact that you did that was transferred to the Kanasi mind?
What?
And he laughs. He says, oh, you're going to have an interesting time out there in the universe, my friend. All right, why don't you show me this Kanasi, the rest of what's left.
Wait. How do you know anything about these things?
I think the bigger question is how you don't. Perhaps you haven't gotten involved in the outside the envelope sort of thinking, you might say. You see, Kanasi are all part of one collective mind. They work together as this collective. They make deals with other races. When you destroy a Kanasi, the rest of the Kanasi know it. They see it, they feel it, and they don't like it.
Can I make an insight check?
Sure.
All right. See if he's lying about that.
Sure you can.
He's trying to scare me or not.
Can I just say that the player Johnny is shitting right now, because that's not what I wanted to hear.
What
but
the fuck?
Aramis is like, so,
I got an 8.
Yeah, I mean, you're like, look, this guy, you are right that he's smug, but he seems to have like a lot of confidence about his statements. And he has not exactly lied to you before. He's threatened, he's been obnoxious, but he hasn't actually, like, from what you can tell, BS'd you up to this point.
All right.
I love this idea, by the way, of super fun time in chat. Put the parts in bags, label bags 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, give them bags 1, 2, and 4, get caught shorting them, act ashamed, hand over 3, keep 5. Like, this whole, like... Oh, man.
We keep walking around the ship, and I ask, have you interacted with these things before, and why in particular do you have an interest in owning one?
He's like, I've dealt with them on occasion. You see, the key is, can you get them disconnected? Kanasi are powerful, as you've probably noticed. They're deadly, they're silent, and you don't have to give them orders every 3 seconds. They're really useful for independent work. But the problem is, if you get one of them, you get all of them. But there is a process by which you can disconnect them from their neural net. If you do that, then you got a Kanasi free and clear. And out on this side of the galaxy, combine my robot with one of those Kanasi, and, well, perhaps I'd be talking more of the shots than I had before.
You want to combine your robot with a Kanasi?
Not together, but I mean both of them, as a force.
Oh.
One robot is a protector. One robot and a Kanasi. That's an army.
I mean, but what is an army on this piece of junk? And I'd like gesture around me to the station that we're on.
He says, well, once we've had a chance to gather more information about this piece of junk, perhaps we'll get some more. There's other things around this place you might have noticed on the way in. Not everything circling the giant around this moon orbits is a moon or an asteroid, you know. There's some other things there as well. And with a little bit of work, perhaps those things that are not moons or asteroids could be turned to someone's benefit. Before you know it, the person calling the shots and deciding what comes in and goes out is me.
Look at you. Maybe I should watch what I'm saying then.
I was trying to say that before. However, I appreciate you trying to do what you can. You're not the first one that tried to get something over on Old Sanic, and you probably won't be the last. Okay. That's going to now jump us over to back over to Petra, and then we'll talk about Aramis in just a second. So, Petra, you are still inside the bar. sort of chatting with all of them about what it is that you want to do. And Jarva, after a little more discussion, says, all right, listen, you can talk to Tezora a little bit more if you want, and certainly Tezora is going to want to chat with you. But we've got to decide here what it is that we're actually going to do to get you folks off the base. Assuming that your friends are able to figure out how not to sell the Kanasi to the wrong person, we've got to figure out how to get that Kanasi to Ibis without Ibis knowing that it's you, and then figure out a way to get off the base without Ibis sending everything he possibly can to stop us, until it's too late for him to do anything about it. Do you have any assets, any things that are working in your favor? Do you have computer systems, extra fuel sources I don't know about, money, credits, anything?
Man, the temptation for a smartass remark is very strong. No, as far as I'm aware, we don't.
Any
I'm
kind of
casting through my mind. Trying to think of who owes us favors. Really, no one does.
We owe a bunch of other
And
people.
we owe people favors. I will think about the question quite seriously, and I honestly no. And I'm going to be quite frank with him about that.
And Tezora says, I'm amazed that you haven't been able to find a network of people working for you, Petra. I would have thought your sunny personality would have gotten the job done. She shakes her head, and she says, This person, Jarva, was someone that people were willing to follow. She was a leader. But she wasted her talent on trying to do the right thing all the time. And she kind of turns back and says, Look, Petra, there must be something that you've been able to find, some group that you were able to find, something you can bargain with. Don't you have anything that only you possess that no one else does? That's what these people look for. Something that, an angle, something unique to you. Besides your hammer, I mean.
I'm going to say, Jarva, the Tangriel, did it ever talk to you?
And, like, Jarva looks and says, I mean, there are computers.
No, that's not what I mean. I don't know how that could be of help. Said, I need to get back on the ship.
And make an insight make an insight check for me, please, Petra.
Okay. 18.
When you said that thing about did the ship ever talk to you, you noticed that Tezora visibly started. Like, and then kind of,
Okay, I am just totally rounding on her and going, what do you know about this?
And she says, I don't know anything, but, and she says, it's only the Tangrel?
I think that's as I remember, it's only been the Tangriel.
No, not true.
No, it was another ship, too.
Yep, you've had this happen to you once on the Hyperlance also, I believe.
I think, no, it's been a couple ships now.
And Jarva sort of looks back and forth and says, does anyone want to explain to me what's going on? And Tezora says, no, you wouldn't understand, Jarva. This is a little bit beyond you. And she lowers her voice and she says, Petra, I promise I'll tell you more about this once we get off this planet. But I was hoping that this wouldn't... We'll talk about it later, I promise.
Is this something that could help us get off the planet?
No.
You're sure?
Yes, I'm sure. It's something that... It's about you, but I can't talk more about it now because it's going to throw us off, and it would take too long to explain. And besides,
It's going to throw us off.
yes, it's not for these outsiders to know. And she kind of, looks at the two of them, and Vass and Jarva are like, oh.
I'm going to roll my eyes as expressively as I can.
And Jarva says, all right, well, one thing for certain. Wait a minute, he says. We never talked about this. How did you get onto the Tangrel in the first place?
Spindra brought us there.
Spindra
Are you aware
brought
of
you.
Spindra? I'd like to talk to Spindra.
He's like, you're not the only one. If I could track down, I'd really love to know where she is. So she brought you to the ship?
Yes, and then ditched us there.
That's hardly a surprise. You seem to have a thing for falling in with people who do this to you, Petra. And he kind of glances over at Tazora. Tazora's like, pfft. That just kind of like ignores him. And he says, so Spindra brought you there. So she was interested in getting a hold of this herself. Ah, Spindra, your ambition always exceeding your ability to make that ambition happen. He says, well, if I know her, she'll probably have found her way back to Pelsavros. She couldn't think much else. But that suggests that she was able to get you there. Why would she bring you there in the first place? What did she say? What did she want you to do when you came here?
I'm trying to remember what she had, what the cover story was that she'd told us, lured us onto the ship with.
It was originally this idea that she was going to help get you... Oh, hold on a second. Oh, hello, my son.
It was so that we could get spare parts from the Tangrel to use.
That's it.
For the Hyperlance, yeah.
That's it. We were going to perhaps borrow a few spare parts from the ship to repair another ship.
Borrow.
And he says, really? Some spare parts for the Tangrel. And then his eyes widen. He's like, oh, you wanted that for the other ship.
We say yes.
That is my, yes, that is my son. Yep, Micro Arv is still up. Well, he's not supposed to be. He's,
Micro Arv.
yeah, we have my daughter is Little Arv and he's Micro Arv. Actually, he's actually Mini Arv, not Micro Arv, but Micro Arv's a new one. If we ever had a third, which we won't, it would be Micro Arv. But let's see. So I'm sorry, I was too busy hearing my son. What was the last thing you just asked me? I'm sorry.
We figured it out.
Okay. About the ship.
That was going to be to take spare parts from the.
Oh, that's right. That's right for the Hyperlands.
But I'm trying to not say that it as in, I don't think this guy's going to really be like,
Right.
hey, I really like the idea that you were going to cannibalize my ship.
Right. And so he says, he says, so you were planning to harvest it, you might say.
That is a word that some people would use, yes, perhaps.
And Tazora breaks out laughing. She says, ha! Yes! So you mean you were trying to steal something? Steal something! She was trying to steal something. Do you understand what this means? Thank you, goddesses of the universe. At least I've lived long enough to hear that Petra stole something. And she throws back a drink and claps you on the back, Petra, practically knocking you forward.
I'm just totally ignoring her and saying, as I was saying, we were going in to salvage legally what we could
He says,
from this abandoned ship.
He says, well, then you do have one possible thing. Now, the Tangrel's a good ship. I ought to know. She used to be mine. But from what I hear, the ship that you folks have is even better. No one knows the details. Most people think that it's just a fancy ship on the outside. But I don't buy it. I don't think there's any reason for you to have taken it, fled halfway across the galaxy, somehow found your way all the way to Pelsavros, and then got on with Spindra to the Tangrel so you could get parts to repair it if it was a normal ship. I think that that ship is better than the Tangrel. And that gives us something to work with. All we have to do is convince the people that matter that we have this thing, this ship, this amazing ship that they need to come see, and that all they need to do is give us clearance off the planet. Once they do that, we create a distraction. Kind of looks, around a little bit, like sort of from Tezora to Vas and back to himself, and over to you, Petra, and then back to himself. And then, once the distraction's in place, we get the hell out.
That is certainly a plan. I would like to run that past the rest of my crew before we commit to that.
He says, well, in that case, we should probably get moving. But it's going to be dangerous here. If Ibis has got what I think, Ibis has got more people that are under surveillance. This place is safe, but there's no telling what's out there waiting for you now. In fact, there could have already been some that followed Aramis, and perhaps even Kaz when he left.
Is there no back entrance?
He's like, oh, more than a back entrance. And he nods to Vas, who sort of presses a button underneath the bar, and this like circular opening opens in the floor, and he says, it's a below entrance, and this will lead us directly into the spaceport. He said, now, just so you know, there have been some rumors that there might be some not savory things down in this place. I haven't had occasion to use it much for a while, but I know that it's not going to have anything of Ibis's in there. He doesn't know about it. I do.
Yay.
So you're going to jump down, are you going to go down with him as he...
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Hammer in hand.
So I just want to make a note that I'm going to pause you for a second, but when you get underneath, once you're out of that bar area, your comm links will be able to work again. So
Cool.
Once you get out from under there. Before I jump over to, I think Kaz is the person Aramis is who I was going to jump to next. I do want to say thank you to everyone who was watching, and thank you for the hosts, etc. Welcome to day 20 of Esper Genesis Consigned to Oblivion. This is sponsored, of course, by Alligator Alley Entertainment, which did an amazing job with this work, and this has been a really fun adventure. I am joined, as always, by the amazing crew of Johnny Pittman, Cat Rambo, Zach Clay. Carlos Hernandez is currently at a conference doing his writer thing. But we are here playing games with you. Carlos will be back with us next month. And I should also mention, I think I've announced this before elsewhere on this particular stream, but I'll announce it again, that Alligator Alley is going to be publishing my linked set of adventures, which I've been running for authors at the Gen Con Writer Symposium, called Night at the Forbidden Library. They're going to be publishing this, and the Kickstarter for that is going to be going live next month. So we will talk much more about that when time gets closer. But since this is Alligator Alley Entertainmentville, I wanted to mention that as being a part of the Alligator Alley Entertainment family of adventures coming soon. So, but thank you everybody for being here, and I hope you enjoy and like what you see in here, and follow and support and sub and check out the Patreon and all that good stuff as you're going along. Okay, now let me jump over to Aramis. So Aramis, you heard what Kaz had to say as Kaz is continuing to do his little mini tour with Sleepwell of Zanuck. What are you doing now? Because you've been standing outside ever since you had the almost blade incident.
The moment that I get done with Cause, I'm heading straight back towards the bar.
Okay.
And as I'm doing that, I'm constantly just trying to get a line through to Petra until I finally get one.
Okay. When you get to... So you get to outside the bar, and you notice that the metal shutters are open and everything is... So you kind of like... I assume you kind of walk in... Finally, and then as you do that, you can see the shutters are now up and open, and you literally get in contact with her just as you're entering the bar.
Shit. Hey, Petra.
Yeah, and you can hear him now, Petra.
Yes, my friend, I'm in a sewer coming to you, apparently.
Apparently, I just got back to the bar.
Oh, perhaps you can come through the sewer too, then.
Yeah, that's just not something that sounds really appealing. I haven't had a shower since the Hyperlance. I'm not thinking that it's going to be a good idea to do anything that's going to make it worse. I mean, the Tangrel was nice, but anyways.
So, how are you going to elude all the people that are watching the outside of the bar?
I honestly don't know, but we've got a bigger problem right now than who's watching the bar.
Okay.
This guy that we invited with his robot onto our ship is threatening to, how should I put it? He's gonna go to the cops. He's gonna report us. He's gonna cause some trouble for us if we don't sell him everything.
What's his name?
What was the character's name again?
Sanic.
Sanic
Yeah.
the Hedgehog.
Sanic the Hedgehog. That's right.
Sannak. Totally different.
So I'm
Not in our
gonna
world, buddy.
I'm gonna turn to Jarva and say, does Sanic work for you?
And he says, Sanic? Who the hell's Sanic?
I don't know. Just checking, hoping that he was one of your folks. Apparently not. So, we have a small problem in that we have someone who is currently threatening to go to the police unless they get the Kanasi corpse.
He says, oh, you mean this is the buyer? The one that you were supposed to stop him from buying?
The one that yes, that was supposed to stop, yes.
And by the way,
Apparently
as you've been moving along in this sewer, that is indeed what these are. Now down here, it doesn't, you don't have like sort of traditional sewer stuff. Instead, you have a lot of broken metal parts. There's a lot of oil, foul-smelling sulfurous things down there. So it's there's a lot of sort of like, feels almost like a kind of like a robot graveyard, almost, with these little bits and bobs and pieces all over as you're kind of slogging through this area. And there is a fair bit of this sort of dark liquid which smells somewhat like oil and something like other stuff that you don't want to think about it too much, probably.
Aramis, can you stall him till we get there?
Look, we've got the kid telling him how he joined up with us, and that story wasn't going so well. And now, between Sleepwell and Kaz, they're giving him a long tour of the ship and talking about all of the parts. But I don't think that's going to last forever. Can they ask around? Do they have any additional contacts that might be able to help us figure out how dangerous this guy actually is? This Sanic, he according to what I'm hearing, he sounds like he's trying to be a big boss.
Did he? Please tell me he came onto the ship by himself with no guard?
Well, he did get onto the ship without a guard. I will say that there is a big, bad, ugly robot guarding the front of the ship, and of course attracting a hell of a lot of attention.
So if someone were taking him around the ship and happened to, I don't know, say, watch him fall and knock himself out accidentally, that would solve problems? Just dropping in.
I got the impression that neither Kaz nor Sleepwell are really going to be able to address this situation in a way that's going to make that a possibility. I mean,
okay. So
they don't have your big hammer.
What if you agree to sell it to this guy and then you insist on a celebratory drink and then you just drink him until he's unconscious?
That might work. It hasn't been, I mean, yeah. I really don't think we have that much time.
Okay. I will continue thinking.
I'm going to see what I can figure out up here about him, ask around, see what they can do down there, and if I can talk to you now, that means you should be able to contact Kaz as well. you might want to check in to see if there's anything else that the two of you can figure out that these people might be able to figure out about this Sanic.
I personally would try and find his loved one and take them hostage, but that also seems like a time-consuming proposition.
Yeah, ransoming loved ones doesn't necessarily work when you have a big bad robot that can just tear through just about anything. So
Behind you, Petra, you hear Tezora saying with delight, "Taking someone hostage." Oh, she's all grown up. And Jarvis says, I need to work with different people. And just keeps kind of like slogging forward. So Ransom is loved robot. Yeah, exactly. There we go. I'm sorry. Did you have anything else you wanted to say to each other before I cut back to Kaz?
No, that's good.
No, that's perfect.
Cut to us both trying to think hard.
Okay. And by the way, you should be, Petra, not very, if Jarvis is right, you should be within a few minutes of getting there. It's taking longer than it would just to walk above ground, but that's because this thing is not, it's a little windy. Okay. Yeah, 50K or we take out a bolt. Every bolt is another grand. Kaz, you have now brought them, and you've now sort of gone through the engine. You've seen sort of a bunch of the ship now. And so now the question is, what are you going to, what is there left to do? Because he's clearly getting more and more impatient and wanting to see, the actual,
Okay.
I hear what you're putting down, and
So, whereabouts in the ship do you think we could be at the moment?
And he says,
or no, I'm asking you as the DM.
Oh, excuse me. I was gonna be like, he's like, what the hell are you asking me for? I don't know what you're So I would assume at this point that you have, you've probably, and it's not that big a ship. Yeah, you probably have shown in the engine room where you had the the attack of the thing down by the ladder down here and everything, and so,
Okay, so let's say we're over here ish. Okay. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to pull out as we're all kind of talking and walking. So also, could you clarify? So basically, he has no legs below the knees.
Right. He's just on this hover platform.
He's just hovering on a disc, basically.
Yeah, and he's able to, he's able to move pretty rapidly. He can kind of bank it left and right, and it kind of, it basically moves very quickly. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And also, he has, I did not, I apologize for missing this feature. He has also got this minigun that he carries with him. I should have made that clear. When Sleepwell first encountered him, he had this minigun behind the counter of his shop, and it wasn't until he came out from behind the counter that Sleepwell realized that he was on this platform with carrying the minigun. So his torso, his upper torso, is very built, but that is what he has.
All right. So I along this catwalk, I'm assuming that it's not really wide enough for 3 people.
Not really, yeah.
So I have Sleepwell. I kind of Kaz backs up and lets Sleepwell walk next to the guy, and while I'm just right behind them, I pull from my pack no, that's valuable. I pull out my binoculars from my backpack.
Okay.
And I throw them to the lower floor. It just like a backhanded throw behind the back.
Okay.
While I'm behind him, so there's really no way that he could see that I threw them.
Right.
And wait for them to clatter onto the ground. And I try to throw them in a place where they can't be seen from above, if possible. I don't know.
I'm with you with all about that. I'm not 100% sure you can do that because remember this thing extends over, so you would have to kind of lean over to throw it, underneath basically where you're standing on top of it, because the catwalk goes around. So
yeah. Could from
behind your back, you'd have to toss it while looking at it, I think, not kind of casually, whoops.
Okay, sure, I do that, and
Okay.
and hope that he can't see me.
Let's have you make a stealth check, please. This is not a difficult one, but
Sleight of hand or stealth?
stealth, because you want to make sure that he doesn't like notice that's going on.
Do I have advantages to that? I don't think I do, honestly.
I don't think so, but can you be
I
too
have
drunk to aim a
advantages on
minigun?
stealth from hiding from my quarry.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
my quarry is automatons at the moment.
you
so-
turn around out of combat, you just mark him. He's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Nothing." Don't
Nothing,
don't worry
just
about it. Don't worry about it.
accumulating points. That's all.
I'm just marking you. I just do that for practice.
Yeah.
Just walk around, mark.
All right, here we go. 22.
Yeah, so you're able to toss it, and so you toss it, and you look with satisfaction as it lands right where you want it to, and then you hear smash, and you notice that it might have broken when it hit
Yeah,
the
that's
ground.
fine.
And he stops, and he turns around. What was that?
I look shocked about what happened. I'm sure Sleepwell does too, because he doesn't know that I did
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Sleepwell is like, what? Like,
I'll go make sure that we're alone. Hold on.
and he sort of Sanic kind of looks, floating on his platform, sort of suspiciously. And I want. Can someone make a perception check for me, please?
Perception.
And
Okay.
it's going to be actually. I'm sorry. It's going to be not you making it. It's going to be for Sleepwell. Let me see if I have access to.
Oh, yeah, I have access to it.
Okay.
A perception check for Sleepwell.
Right.
Okay, he has a +6, which is awesome. I think I can just click it too.
Nice.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. So he notices that as you're walking away, and like after a moment of Sanic kind of looking at you, he holds up that same wrist thing that you saw on the outside. Or yeah, you were there. That you saw on the outside where he spoke to the thing, and then the drone went, off and doing its crazy thing. He does that again. Now nothing happens, but you notice that he kind of like he watched you for a bit, and then kind of shook his head, almost like and then did this thing where he whispered into this wrist thing, but you don't know what. Sleepwell does not know what it is that he said, but he definitely said something. Still waiting. He's not doing anything. The robot doesn't come flying in or anything, but
Okay.
So, okay, what are you doing, Kaz, once you get down to that first floor?
So I hop over and kind of go over here.
Okay.
And then from here, I just kind of like start taking a walk and then look around. Is there anything down here besides my broken binoculars that is like a loose thing other than the crates?
I was gonna say, I mean, like inside the crates, there's definitely some stuff. I mean, there's some of these things have mining equipment and things like that that you would have to open, but you'd have to open the crates to get to them. But I mean, they're not.
Yeah.
They're accessible. They're not really locked to you.
Okay, hold on. All right, I don't pick up my binoculars.
Okay.
And
I'm actually trying to remember when you got binoculars.
I don't remember. I think they were actually from one of my like sets from being level 1.
Oh, the kit. Okay.
Yeah. I had them in my inventory, but I don't know why.
Gotcha. That's fine. I believe you. It's not like it's imbalancing. My one weakness, the binoculars.
You had those the whole time and you didn't tell me.
Damn you! It's my not kryptonite.
Okay. And are they continuing to walk along the catwalk? Like, are they waiting
No,
for me?
They are waiting for you.
Okay. Okay. I kind of make my way around the crate, and I'm just kind of looking around, and I just kind of say like, "Hello." And I shout up to them, "Hold on," and I just walk, just in plain sight. I'm walking in this direction now.
Okay. And you have this very odd sight of kind of Sleepwell looking down at you somewhat nervously, and Sanic on his platform, is like just literally rotating, you know, like just rotating in place, turning to follow, like just watching you as you go. Does not look happy.
Okay. And all right, no, I was just thinking of something funny. Okay. Because there's a dead body over here, right?
Yes.
There's like a broken off arm.
This is all true. I'm waiting to see at what point the laughter leads to. Therefore,
Oh gosh, no, because I was thinking, okay,
I'll get into
I
a
want
fight with the broken arm.
I would want to come back like with like a space rat or something that was like, oh, it was just this. But I imagine like coming back with a severed arm. I'm like, oh, it was just this.
This is what was making the noise. It was
severed human arm. No worries.
the thing that smashed was an arm. Sometimes strange things happen on ships.
Oh God.
It's
Okay.
Like it's like that scene from Batman Begins where Falcone's just like, people get bugged every day.
All right. Regardless, I walk over this direction, and eventually, no matter what he thinks, I'm gonna try to go behind this crate over here, and end up over here for just a moment, and I'm going to plug the Kanasi crate back in.
Okay.
If I can do that.
Yeah, I would say that you can. So this thing fires back up, and from above you and down in the middle is here. The hell's going on down there?
And then do I have any sense whatsoever on like either based on when we unplugged it, how long it took for it to die or to go unconscious, quote unquote? Like, do I have any idea how long before this thing activates?
I would say not, because you didn't really. These things operated at different levels, and because the power was never full anyway, you know, because you were always dealing kind of with half power, you don't really know sort of like what the charge is required when it will actually turn on.
All right. So in that case,
but you can see a very faint glowing blue light inside the crate now, which is a little troubling.
Okay. And there's other than this dead body, like there's no yeah, no, I'm good. Okay. Yeah, I just come back up. I go up this ladder.
Okay.
And I make my way back over here and then hop back up to them and say, I don't know. In all my years of bounty hunting, I've not seen rats on a ship in quite a while. I'm not sure what you guys have on this.
Rats?
Well, there's some of the other cargo we were carrying is some organic material, like compost and things like that. But anyway, I think we've shown you, and we go back to walking, I suppose.
Okay.
And
he says, I feel like at this point you're trying to stall me. I want to see this intact Kanasi. I don't have all day.
all right, fine. I was just down there. And I kind of gesture down to the crates, and as we're walking towards the crates, the black crates, I say, these are what they were stored in, so if we end up making the deal, you can take the crates too.
And he says, good. It's the kind of sense that I like to hear. And so he comes up, so at what point are you sort of descending down, like just at the ladder? Or?
Yeah, probably around here.
Okay. So he descends and he sees these crates, and he kind of looks at it and says, I see. So they kept him here.
And I just kind of glance at him, and then I give a glance to Sleepwell, like, we're good.
I'm gonna have Sleepwell make an insight check.
Okay. I will do that. Here we go. 12.
He's like, what? No. He sort of kind of gets the idea that you're sort of like, okay. He doesn't totally know what that means, but he's sort of like, he's clearly focused on you. Like, okay, now what? Basically.
Okay. We just looking at the crate. Any indication? Like any percentage bar, something like that.
No, but the blue light is glowing sort of more strongly. And as you can see that because the crate, remember, was slightly open and was actually wedged shut. So I mean, it was open, but it was wedged closed. So as Sanek comes over to that, he kind of like looks through and kind of looks in, and then says, "That thing's moving." And he kind of pulls back. He pulls back and he looks and he's like, "You had these things charging the whole time? Or you
They have to stay charged.
He's like,
otherwise they don't work.
"Then why exactly is this thing charging now? This thing isn't even at full capacity, you can tell." You actually don't know how he can tell, Kaz, but apparently he can.
Well, what do you expect? We're going to sell you a Kanasi that hasn't been charged in 5 years? This is the only one that hasn't worked. We've been charging it since we've gotten onto the ship.
And he kind of looks at you and then looks back at this thing and sort of shakes his head and he says, "All right, it's definitely one of the Kanasi. That's good." And his platform kind of lifts up and like heads back up to the gangplank, basically to the catwalk.
All right.
And you can follow him if you wish.
Yeah. Okay. As he's making his way back up, I kind of go to the comms, or I pull out my communicator and I activate it to be more official.
Okay.
And I say to anyone that can hear me, so we have about 10 seconds before I start killing people or things start going really bad.
Wait, what are you doing? What?
Well,
at this point, Aramis, you're in the sewer, like trying to catch up with Petra, so you're just kind of like slogging through this thing. And
wait, did he go to the sewer?
He did.
I did not.
Oh, I thought you did because you just decided to stay up top. Okay, I thought you were going to.
I decided to stay up top and try to figure out more about this Sanek character.
Oh, okay. But you were outside of the bar though, so you definitely.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right, so I take that back. Petra is still slogging through the sewer and is just about to leave it, but Aramis is up top. Okay.
I'll do my best, but
best for what?
The Kanasi's back on. It's the last solution I talked about. So
the crate.
I'm not sure where you're.
Cause the crate rattles.
So yeah, just to let you know. And I turn off the link.
Hey Petra.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Kaz, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna go back up to him. So.
Hey Petra.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what's going on.
We're almost there.
Expect trouble?
Like what kind of trouble?
I don't know if you just heard Kaz's broadcast, but like, apparently he just. Okay, so here's the thing. So I had a conversation with Kaz when I went back to the ship. He mentioned something about turning on the last fully functional Kanasi.
Surely you misunderstood him.
Yeah, I'm really kind of hoping that because I'm not feeling like retirement on this planet's really going to make sense.
Why would he do that?
I think it had to do with the fact that we were looking for options to deal with Sanek since we didn't want to sell him anything. I suspect.
So we decided to kill him with a Kanasi?
Yeah, maybe
Petra's
that
killing people with Kanasi. And like Tazora is like practically cheering, and Jarvis is shh, quiet. God, I thought you said that she was honorable and above board. She's like, she was, but she's changed. And she's only hearing your side of it, obviously, Petra.
Yeah. I mean, look, we'll be there any moment. I don't understand why he's doing that. It's certainly a plan, and at least it's doing something. So we'll see how that shakes out. And certainly it's done now. So there's no way of stuffing the. Yeah. Okay. We'll be there soon. All right.
Will be on. I'll meet you there. I'll be on the outside of the ship. Let's just hope that we still have friends to get back to.
And as you sort of click off your comlink, Petra, Jarvis says, "All right, the exit's up ahead." And he says, "What did you mean, by the way, about them turning on the Kanasi? What does that mean?"
I think that there's been confusion and people were mishearing things. I think that they're trying to divert this guy. I think we should go up. This guy is clearly dangerous. So go up prepared for battle, my friends. Let's.
He
sure
sighs.
there's nothing
And he says,
beyond that.
He sighs. He says, "All right." He's like, "Who is this? Is this Sonic person you're talking about? Who does this even look like?"
He's doesn't really have a. He's like a torso, floating torso.
He stops dead and turns to you. He says, "On a platform?
Yes.
Does he have a red robot?"
Yes.
"That's Ibis, you fool!" And he turns around and bolts towards the ladder. Now, I want to cut back to Kaz. Kaz, you are walking towards this thing. You're walking towards them as basically as they're sort of moving around, and Sanic on the platform is like, "All right, we should be all set to go." And he says, and as you sort of come up to, I guess, about here, he says, "I think," he turns around, "you've been most helpful. I appreciate very much what you've done here." And at this point, Aramis, you on the outside of the ship can see that you have just you're still a little bit of a distance, but you're coming up from the port, and you can see now that the red robot, turns and moves into the ship.
Hey, Kaz.
Go time. It's go time.
Hey, Kaz.
And the robot is going into the ship, and so you can sort of connect with him. He's also talking to you at the same time, Kaz, but you hear him in the comlink.
Mm-hmm. So, do we have a deal?
He says, "I think we have a deal. It starts, first of all, with understanding exactly who's in charge here. I had the hell of a time tracking you people down, and I appreciate the fact that you brought yourself right to me." And at this point, the red robot kind of floats in, and he says, "All right, you're going to be going with him, you and the cat here. Meanwhile, I'm going to take back charge of my property, which was being delivered to me. And next time, you might want to avoid getting to know crazy merchants who just happen to have ways to get rid of security-level drones outside of ships." And he chuckles, and the robot comes in, and at this point, there is a smashing sound. And he looks down, and he's like, "I can't believe you." And he doesn't finish the sentence because just blowing out of the crate. Like, and it's now this thing, remember, when you fought these things before, this thing was totally silent. This thing is not silent. And in fact, as you look down at it, Kaz, you notice why. This thing seems to still have this cable sort of wired into it. So what you're looking at now is what looks like a regular Kanasi, but it is coursing with blue energy that is just like up and down its body and sorting out of its body. And you can see sort of like sort of on the outside, and sort of looks up and lowers its head, and this strange squealing, hissing sound comes from it. Leaps up, robot comes in. Everybody needs to roll initiative for me, please.
Woo! Okay. Spicy meatballs.
Time for some music that's going to change. Let's do
Jesus
it up.
Christ. Kaz, I swear to God, you may have just fucking saved us. I just don't know.
You could have easily just said, you could have just fucking screwed us. We'll see what happens in the next 30 minutes.
This is going to be awesome.
All right. And by the way, chat, be aware that inspirations do still exist, and
Holy shit, we're gonna need them.
You may end up needing them. Okay.
So we're on the upper catwalk or the lower one here?
You are on the, and that's actually a good call. We should place you. I'll put out tokens for them too. You are here, so you're on the upper catwalk is where I had you.
Oh,
and actually, technically, you should be right here because he was right before the robot just came through this door. So yeah.
So we showed him the crate, and then we went back up and around as if to leave.
Correct. Yeah. Well, not all the way to leave, but basically right to here before that actually ended up happening. Yep.
Could you give me control of Sleepwell's?
Yes. Dude? Give me just 1 second. Done. You should have control of it now.
Yeah.
Alright, this is the Kanasi. Okay. Let's see.
And then I'm assuming that since I wasn't here in our journey from in our journey to this planet, we had a short rest, at least, or did we have a long rest?
You definitely had a short rest. I'm trying to remember if you had a long rest or not. I think you did. I think so.
Yeah.
You totally did.
Yeah,
you totally did.
So.
All right. I will refresh myself. We didn't get into any combat last session, did we?
No.
All right.
Okay. Let's pull this up. Okay, good. I feel in many ways like the token that I am about to place up in just a second is the fulfillment of a long expression of perhaps trauma or something else. Oh man, I am sort of amazed. All right. Maybe I'm amazed at the way. Okay, just sorry, bear with me. I have to make sure I get that. Okay, there we go. All right, and then this is. Okay. Okay. All right. Up to. Save that. Right. And okay, so here we go. This token. This magic token. Alright. Here we go.
Oh gosh.
Alright. Robot.
I was gonna say, does it literally occupy 4 spaces?
I really was tempted. No, it does not.
Jesus.
However, it is. I mean, it's it's 7 feet tall. I mean, it's not, it's not 30 feet tall. Okay. And then the last thing I need to put up there is just my little guard. Okay. All right, I'm going to represent this guy. So I'm going to represent Sanic/Ibis on his platform this way. So you're just going to have to. He's actually on a platform, not actually standing. So
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, good. All right. And the dice roller. Oh my god. All right. Well. Okay. All right. Let's take a look. So, we have got a. Oh, I need to clear the old turn order. Is that I just saw?
It looks like the one from the previous fight is up.
Okay. Well,
Maybe
looks like. I think. Well, I think Aramis is right. He had 19, right? Is that?
You're muted, Aramis.
That is correct. I am
Okay.
correct at 19.
I think it was probably just 19 again, though. I think that probably was just maybe lucky. Let's see. And then Sleepwell with a what? What do we get for Sleepwell?
I will do that. 1 second.
Well. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Then we've got you, Kaz, have an 11.
Yeah.
Okay. And then is that Petra's a 1?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. That's you getting out of the sewers where you're like, wait, what did you say? Da, da, da. Okay. What'd you say? All right. Kaz with an 11. Sleeper with a 3. Petra with a 1. Okay. So this is a very interesting sequence. Okay, first to act is going to be Sanic/Ibis. As soon as this all begins and he sees all this stuff starting to go down, he reacts actually very swiftly for someone of his relative sort of bulk, and he drifts his platform back and up. So basically, it goes up and hovers another probably 10 feet, and then backs up another 5-10 feet, and then his minigun begins to spin up. Now it's not firing yet, but his minigun is like and Kaz, having been on the receiving end of several shots in your life, this is not, as I saw noted in chat before, a Derringer. It is not a miniature gun. It's a minigun, which is a lot worse. So I just want to be clear So the minigun is spinning up, but it is not fired yet. But it looks like it is preparing to do so. Next to go is the Kanasi, still before Aramis, because the Kanasi rolled real goddamn well. So the Kanasi is going to leap in. Is going to try to leap to the attack. Let me just pull up my.
I would think the Kanasi would be triggered by the color red. That's what I've heard about Kanasi. They go for anything red right off the bat.
Should he run for
that's
it?
really interesting. I remember hearing somebody actually give a dissertation on that. Like the last time I was in some place where they were actually talking about the species of Kanasi.
That's it.
I like this idea. And of course, while they did this, there was this there's this Olay as he goes out, passes him and misses him. Yeah.
That's the only thing the robot can say is "Ole."
Olay. And then like the canned applause on the inside, as it goes by. Okay.
It's 100 feet away from us.
Yeah. It is 100 feet away, and it is going to... Right, okay, good. Yeah, it is going to book it directly in, directly towards you. So it basically leaps up, one great leap onto the lower catwalk, and then another leap onto the higher catwalk, and then goes this way. And as it does so, you can still see blue sparks and everything, and you see Sleepwell is the only thing between you and it, and Sleepwell's like, Kaz? Kaz? You saw that TED Talk too, yeah, of course. I liked it in the future. The TED Talk still exists. That's. I'm glad I'm glad that at least was preserved. Okay, now guess who doesn't go next, Aramis? Guess who also rolled higher than you?
Jesus.
Yep.
Jesus rolled higher than you.
Jesus rolled higher than you. That is true.
That goddamn blessing thing that he does.
Jesus has incredible initiative. All right. So again, the blades spin up on the robot, and let me think about who he's going to worry about first.
I'm as tall as it.
Yeah. I think he's gonna try to go straight through what's in front of him. So he is basically going to attack you by literally going right towards you. These blades spinning.
Great.
Let's see. That is an 18.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that is going to do 8 points of damage.
All right.
As this like carves through your metal suit, your exterior.
Mm-hmm.
And it is right up on you.
And I'm like,
It's like, yeah, exactly. Okay, Aramis, you finally get to go. The good news is now everyone gets to go. All the good guys do.
Well, geez, I'm still outside at this particular point.
Yes.
And has Petra and all of our friends have arrived?
They will be arriving right after you. So, you probably at this point are about, I would say, maybe 50 feet from the outside of the ship. So you could like basically double move it into the ship if you want.
Hell and yes, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Is I got to find myself into the situation.
Okay, so I think you can get about here, roughly speaking, Aramis. And when you get inside, you can see that the door is closed, but outside you hear the sound of what sounds like you hear multiple spinnings. If you had to guess, it sounds like multiple things are spinning up. You don't know whether that's blades, guns, perhaps both, but lots of things seem to be spinning up to fire. And you hear what sounds very much like something going, which sounds a lot like Sleepwell. So that is what you hear. And since that's all you can do, this turn anyway, that's going to lead us to the aforementioned, no, I'm sorry, not Sleepwell. That is going to lead us to Kaz. Beg your pardon.
Okay. All right. Great. Okay. Yeah. Ooh. Okay.
It'll be okay.
Can you remind? So, if I wanted to disengage, I would be using my action to disengage, and then I would still have 30 feet of movement.
Correct. Or you could just move, like disengage, and then you could move again as a double move, or you could disengage and then attack after having disengaged that 5 feet.
Okay, so I could disengage 5 feet and attack?
Yes.
Okay.
You are, of course, right in its way then to get up in your grill next turn, but...
Yeah. Could I make a disengaging hop down to this lower catwalk right here, and then try to make like an arm pistol shot?
You can't disengage and also jump that. The disengagement requires all of your attention to make sure that you're not getting slaughtered by the rapidly spinning hands of Johnny Scissorhands here, of Edward Scissorhands. But you can, yeah, you can't do it at the same time. I'll say this: you could try to jump the wall, but it's going to provoke an attack of opportunity if you do it.
All right.
We covered whether the robot is dishwasher safe. That's a deal breaker.
Hmm.
Amazing. I'll take 3.
Mm. Okay. Okay, this is difficult. Okay, I'm going to. Yeah, that's what my gut tells me to do. I'm gonna try to jump to this lower catwalk, and then, could I? I could choose to spend my entire action to disengage and not worry about.
Yeah, if you just want to jump the catwalk and not fire afterwards, you can do that because you can disengage and then basically, and then basically move down. In fact, I would even allow you to get maybe 10 feet of movement, so you could probably end up like here-ish or something.
Okay.
If you wanted to do that at the end
All
of
right.
that, if that's all you're doing.
All right. What if I wanted to do, like, go here, and then go this way?
That's fine. Same scenario.
And then that's all the movement I would get?
Correct. Right.
Okay. All right, yeah, I do that. As it's there and it kind of hits me, I go to the side, I jump off the railing, and now I'm just sprinting away from the robot, from all robots.
I leave all robots.
Yes.
Okay.
And I turn back to Sleepwell, and I just yell, "Get out of the way!" And
he yells back, "Where?"
Oh God! Oh, this is not a good situation for him at all. Well, I control him, so we'll see.
It's all right. We know who you'll be talking to Carlos about. It'll be fine. See, what had happened was.
Yeah. Okay. So that's, yeah, I guess for cause, if I still have a bonus action, I'm going to Hunter's Mark Sanic or Zanuck
Okay.
as a bonus action.
Okay. Yep. It does. It is Hunter's Mark is a bonus action for you. Yes.
Yes, it is.
That's
yeah.
fine.
And that's my turn.
All right. That's going to lead us to Sleepwell, and then Petra's going to be on deck. So what is Sleepwell going to do?
All right. Sleepwell is going to go
run and cower like a child. I was going to say,
Yes.
yeah.
Let me look at his character sheet to see if he has anything beyond what I was thinking. He has EMP pulse. That might be useful. Let me see. I think that's an engineering feature. But at the moment, I know as far as movement, he is gonna want to get out of there relatively quickly. So let me see here. EMP pulse jury rig expansion. Yeah, I think that might be a pulse. A rig expansion. There we go. Unleash a pulse of energy from your harness directly affecting all automatons and constructs within 30 feet. Must make an intelligence saving throw. Well, here's what I'm thinking. Hopefully, we'll have a bit of the what's that one movie where the robots and the aliens fight, the giant robots, Pacific Rim.
Mhm.
We'll have like a Pacific Rim moment where the big red robot. That's what we're hoping for. So Sleepwell is gonna get out of the way of that.
This is basically this is the Godzilla Mothra fight of,
Yeah.
of Esper Genesis is what we're looking at right now.
So
Right?
if Sleepwell were to dash, he would have 60 feet of movement. Okay, so here's what I think he's gonna do. Is he's gonna go 5, 10, screaming all the while.
Yeah,
50,
of course.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Like going into the next room and then trying to close the door behind him.
Okay. I think that is
Which maybe, I don't know, maybe counter for Sleepwell to run towards the thing before he can turn away, but
well, I mean, yeah, I mean, because he hasn't he's not an abject coward. This is just not.
Yes.
This is just not his jam, But
Yeah.
it's not. Okay.
so yeah.
So, let me actually double check something here. Okay. Let's see. All right, give me just 1 second. I'm just tracking down one note.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Right. Okay, so he's gonna go that way.
Mm-hmm.
And head for that thing. Do that. Okay. Good. Lovely. Okay. That means that Petra will be up next, and then the bad guys will be up and running. So Petra, you basically, hear Jarva just made that statement and is like booking it to the, the exit, which is just a small ladder that leads to this circular thing. So he, runs up it, basically opens this thing up, and you find yourself essentially up looking at the ship, and you actually don't see anything, any guards or anything outside. You're probably about, I would say, here, Petra, right now. So you're probably a good still 50 feet from the ship, but you see the door just closing as if someone has just gone inside it.
So I am booking for the door.
Okay. And you can actually get inside from there. You could, if you double move, you could actually get inside pretty much right where Aramis is. Or
Here?
right to the door anyway. So you could probably get like right here.
Okay.
Yeah. And so as the door opens, you see basically Aramis is, like heading towards this way. And you also hear the very familiar sounds of a shrieking Sleepwell who is running in this room in your direction.
I yell, behind me! And I'm activating, actually, I'm going to readying the ramming strike power on my hammer.
Okay. That, okay, do you need to prepare, because you're out of
I don't
actions,
think
is
I
that,
do.
well, I thought, right, just that's what you're going to be doing. Gotcha.
Yes.
Cool. All right, that brings us up to the bad guys. Okay. First of all, let's see, he's down there. Okay. So, Ibis opens fire on you, Kaz. And with his minigun. Like just laser, just like down below, tearing into the ship below it. He's actually going to get 4 attacks from that. 2 are going to miss, 2 are going to hit, I think. 17 and then a 16? You're muted.
Sorry, yes, those will hit.
Okay. Let's see. That is going to do another 8 points of damage to you as those things like tear into you. And sorry.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to need you to make a dexterity saving throw. No, yeah, no, Constitution saving throw. Let me say, because these things are tearing into you and with great force, and I want to see if you can keep your balance. But that requires Constitution because it's about like standing firm in the face of adversity. So
12.
Yeah, that's enough. So you kind of stumble back, but you steady yourself before you fall over the back of the rail as these bullets fire into him. And then Sanik / Ibis floats higher in the air. So he's now probably a good, I don't know, 40, 45, maybe 40 feet. He's not like 100 feet above you. So
Perfect.
Okay, and that is going to lead to the Kanasi, which... let's see. Well, look. Give the people what they want. No, it's because this this thing actually is the thing that it sees in front of it. So this red creature that sees this red robot right in front of it. So it just like heads directly this way, and the robot, which happens to go after it in the initiative order, goes back in the other direction. So the Kanasi like leaps up, and the robot and there's this great, and you actually see a little bit of this. Everyone else is like at the moment not in the room, but you see this moment of sparks go everywhere as this blue sparking robot hits the red spinning blades, the red robot's spinning blades, and there's just this like this kind of electrical jolt. And let's see who hurts whom. Gives red state, blue state a whole new meaning. Okay. So, not just
Never
red
thought I'd be
robots
rooting
or
for
blue
Ganassi.
Kanasi. Yeah. Or it's Tron, right? Like,
Oh gosh.
okay, let's see. Right. So, that seems to have hurt. Both of them in that exchange seem to have been hurt by it. But as the robot sort of staggers back and the Kanasi sort of like, you can see like this weird kind of almost strange metallic black substance kind of dripping from this wound in its side. You can see that there's now sparking blue that's sort of running up and down the blades of the red robot now. So it
Great.
also seems to be, yeah, like it's gotten worse somehow. Okay, they're currently engaged with each other, but yeah. Aramis, you are now up and you can now actually move. You still can't see anything until you get through the door.
Aramis is going to move through the door.
Okay, and you see a whole bunch of crap. So you see these two, the red robot engaged with a very much alive Kanasi. You see below you, you see a gun taking aim, and it looks like the familiar sight of Kaz's gun. And then above you, you can see and hear this spinning of this, what sounds like a minigun for all the world. And sort of a quick glance above you, you see who it is.
Can I see where Sanic is actually aiming?
No, but it's a good bet that it's not. I mean, well, he's definitely not aiming. He's aiming down, presumably in the direction that Kaz is. You don't know whether he'd be aiming at you. You just got there, but presumably he was aiming at Kaz.
Presumably.
Unless there's more things you haven't seen down below, but.
Wow. Okay.
Welcome back to the ship.
The love boat.
I'm trying to see if there's something I could actually do here to help Kaz, and it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to do it. Not in the same way I was hoping for. Okay,
Save Kaz from minigun spell would be useful.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was. There's a couple of. I mean, as a melder, I took the defensive sort of the defender subclass or whatever. And there's a bunch of really great things, but because we aren't really anything but level 3 right now, I can't really do anything for Kaz until level 6. So, damn milestones.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so rather than that, I am going to basically go Palpatine on his ass and fire off Lightning Whip.
Please tell me you say, so be it, Jedi.
I am the Senate.
I have nothing to fear from your pitiful little band. All right. So, okay, so you decide to lightning whip him. Sounds like a plan.
I just basically fire off and start lightning whip him. All right, so let's go ahead and that should be all.
Range channeling?
Yeah, hold on just a second. It's set up with so. Yeah, I don't know if about a 7 or an 11.
That is
not. Sorry, 7's not going to hit probably.
7 is not going to get the job done, unfortunately. As you sort of, because you get in, you're a little bit disoriented. You fire up above you, but he's already moving. He moves remarkably quickly on this platform, and you have to assume that there's some kind of it's obviously based on some kind of anti-gravs, but he's got to have it souped up somehow because it moves, much more quickly than other anti-gravs that you've seen before. What's up, Ginley? How are you? But other than that, you're staying where you are, Aramis, because you have another 10-15 feet of movement. You actually would not provoke an attack from him because he's enough above you that you would not provoke an attack of opportunity anyway.
No, I'm good where I am right at the moment.
Okay. Then that's going to lead us to Kaz, and Sleepwell's going to be on deck. Kaz,
Oh.
you have got you just saw Hermes storm into the room, but you have a minigun that was just aimed at your head.
And I'm going to return the favor. And since he's 40 feet in the air, probably more since I'm a level down or half a level down, I aim up with my trusty old armed sniper.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take a shot at... Is there a way that I can shoot at his platform?
Yes, but if you're going to do that, it's going to be... I'm not going to say disadvantage. You're going to be doing it at a -3 to hit, but you can do it at -3, and that would be doing damage to the platform. You don't know how much damage the platform will take. You also don't know if it's shielded, but you can certainly... Shields can be broken too. And you can always appeal to chat for inspiration if you so choose.
Okay, let me just see if there's anything that would give me advantage, because I remember having...
Yeah, because you hunters marked him, didn't you?
Yeah,
So-
that gives me extra damage
Okay, right, but right, not
if I
inspiration.
do hit.
There's been a lot of
Yeah.
epic combat set pieces on the Tangrel, by the way. There's been a lot of,
Yeah. Tangrel's just become a battle map, basically.
Oh, Aradinel has inspired you. You were inspired,
Thank
Kaz.
Hey!
Thank you so much.
Aradinel immediately using his mod powers. No, I'm just kidding. I like to think he inspired you by using his sword. He was like,
Yes.
take this across genre.
All right. Okay. So in that case, I'm gonna take a shot. I wonder how fun it would be for a guy to fall from 40 feet up, and have no legs. So
Jesus. Wow.
I'm going to shoot at the platform,
Okay.
and I get advantage from the inspiration.
Yes. Now
Okay.
it's still gonna be at -3, but it will
Yeah.
be at advantage in each case.
Okay. All right. Here we go. I do get a +6, so I'll just
So,
make that a +3.
+3, yep. +3
All
and
right.
advantage.
All right. Here we go.
Yeah.
19. Already looking pretty good.
19's at 38 feet up. He's missing 2. I see what you did there.
And
Sorry about
18.
that.
There we
18.
go.
The 19 will hit. The 18 would miss. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, just joking. Yeah, 19's fine.
Okay. So for that, do I deal my hunter's mark damage to this?
Sure. Oh, no, because you didn't mark the platform. No, you marked him. So, I would say no.
All right. Okie doke. 2d8 plus 2. 15 points of damage.
Wow. So you slam into the platform, and he goes like... Actually, I'm going to have him make a dexterity saving throw to see if he stays on. Wow. So normally I don't reveal die rolls, but when a person critically fails a dexterity saving throw, what that usually means is that when you blasted the bottom of his platform, he went over with it. So you actually did exactly what you wanted, which is you hit the bottom of the platform. He goes flying up and over and falls down. And the way that he ends up falling is this way. So he's falling this way, and as he's falling, the minigun is spraying everywhere. Now, I will need
Yes.
dexterity saving throws from Aramis and from you, Kaz, because
All right.
you guys may or may not get hit by this. Lasers going everywhere.
18.
Okay.
How's a 15?
Okay, so both of you are going to make your dexterity saving throws. You'll be happy to know that means you'll only take half damage. So Kaz is going to take 5 damage, as will
Great.
Aramis. He hits the ground and is going to take, let's see, he was up 40 feet. 40, 60. I would like you to roll, please, for me, 5d6.
All right.
Zach, please. We're going to see how much damage he takes when he falls from platform.
14.
If a boss falls in a ship and there's no one to hear him, does it make any noise? Okay, 14 damage. So he hits with a sickening thud. He is not dead, but that hurt him. And he's obviously prone. So he's now currently on the ground. Now his platform, which is not destroyed either, but it's just kind of hovering there at the moment. You don't know exactly what it's going to do, but that, yeah. He is currently on his back on the ground. And as I said, prone.
Okay. Then
go ahead, yep.
Using the sniper uses my action and my bonus, so I'm going to move this way.
Okay.
30. Yeah. And that's it.
Okay. All right, Sleepwell is up next.
Sleepwell is continue screaming. He's gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20.
He can scream as a bonus action.
Yeah, he was on one side of the wall, screams, goes into the room, and then now he's gonna come back in the other side.
It's like some bizarre Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood with the trolley. He just keeps going, just screaming as he keeps coming in and out.
So I think that was 30. So he's gonna dash to get back in the room, and then very calmly come up to Armis and say, "All right, I'm done. We're good. I've had my."
How are we doing? Okay. Okay. And I think that's a double move for him, right? Because he's
that's a full move for him. Okay. So.
All right, dig it.
Yeah.
That is going to lead us then to Petra. Petra, you can now actually get through the door, basically. And Jarva and Tazora and Vanis are right behind you, actually.
Okay, so I can go. Can I get to here?
Yeah. The door opens. You all see Petra, who seems to be covered in some kind of black liquid, which you hope is oil, and stuff from her legs down, basically. Door opens and she comes flying in.
And
go ahead.
And you see her eyes light up at the thought of something to hit.
Okay. So you've got so Ibis is on the ground. At the moment, the red robot and the Kanasi are battling each other on this catwalk. At the moment, the robot's back is to you. You don't know whether you would get it advantages from attacking it while its back is turned, because it's not an organic, and so it doesn't work quite the same way in terms of those things. But you're welcome to try that. You could also try to attack the Kanasi, although you'd have some line of sight issues there. Or you can see that Ibis is down on the ground, groaning and moaning.
Huh. And Kaz is close to him where he's groaning or moaning?
No, Kaz is up and maybe 10 feet over on this little lower catwalk here.
Then I'm going to leap down beside Ibis and hit him, if I can.
Yes.
Okay. So let's see. You started here, 5, 10.
I approve this
15,
message.
20.
Petra, does your hammer have a name?
No, it needs
Mjolnir,
a name.
I assume, right?
No, I'll think of a good name for it.
Okay. Let's see. Mount the hover disc. Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20. Okay, I think you can actually do this, but what you're going to have to do, Petra, is to make this happen without using up your move, is going to have to sort of do this recklessly. So basically what it means is door opens, you run through. Door opens, you run through. Aramis and Sleepwell are like, hey, you pay no attention, vault, and then vault again. So if you want to do that, that's fine, but you're going to make a dexterity saving throw on the other end of this to see if you stick the landing.
I knew the words dexterity saving throw were coming
Gotta be, because you're being reckless to do this.
Okay,
but if you make it, you'll get the attack off.
Oops.
Oh, Specchio's inspiring you. Oh,
yes.
check that out. Specchio wants this to happen.
Beautiful.
Yep,
Oops.
I dig it.
Well,
so you'll be doing that at advantage.
Type this in the right window. Is what's going on?
What's that? I'm sorry. What?
I was doing it in the wrong window.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I roll twice, right?
Yes.
And
Let's not do that one. Oh,
Oh,
oh no. Well,
oh, my poor dexterity.
you take the 6.
All
Oh,
right.
Specchio. It was a good try, though, Specchio.
Thank you, Specchio. We tried. I apologize. I
feel
feel
inspired.
You were like run past, and then maybe it's something about Sleepwell being like, "What are you do?" or something, but you actually catch your toe as you jump over this last sort of thing, and you end up landing right next to and on the ground, Ibis slash Sanic or whoever the hell this is, on the ground. So I am going to need to make some damage for you as you hit. Going to take 2d6 points of damage, which means you're going to take 7 points of damage as you face plant, which could be worse.
Could be much worse. All right.
Only problem is you're also prone, but then so is he. This is all Rocky 2. You know, you and Apollo Creed.
And I have legs.
Yeah. I have legs. Ha ha. Outstanding. Okay. That is going to lead us to Ibis, the aforementioned. So he sort of struggles up and looks at you, and you can see that he's got this just sort of hatred, and he says something into his wrist, his little wrist watch thing that he's been using, and the platform jerks and then flies down. And basically, in this sort of weird way, he basically is able to roll on top of it, is the way that it looks. Now, he's not able to move much, except to basically just 5 feet up here, so he's technically right out of melee range at the moment, but you could easily move up to it if you wished. I don't think he's going to be able to get off an attack after having done all of that. But he seems to be trying to bring his minigun again to bear on you. And that's going to lead us to the Kanasi robot battle. Who will win this titanic struggle? Okay, the Kanasi, again, took some damage, but the robots seemed to take a little more damage that time. They are definitely just beating the hell out of each other at the moment, which is, you know, possibly a relief to everybody. Okay, Aramis is up next. And Kaz is on deck.
What to do? So is he knocked prone right now? Since he's fallen off his little platform?
He was prone. He now is not prone because he got back onto his platform. He has just started to move, but he is no longer prone.
Is he shaky?
I wouldn't say he's shaky, but he obviously has been knocked off before. I mean, under the right circumstances, he can be knocked off again. Although, in fairness, Kaz did give him a hell of a shot.
All right. Well, so would you say that he's stable or not stable? Let's just to kind of get it, because what I'm looking to do is basically see if I can link it. Looking to do that.
Oh, you can push him off his platform if you hit with that. If he doesn't make the saving throw, sure. Now he's only about 5 feet above the ground, so he's not gonna, you know, it's not gonna be much of a fall, but you can be like,
sure,
no,
but knocking him prone again probably is a good thing, you know, for Kaz to be able to take his next shot.
Absolutely.
So I would like to do that.
Actually,
and
in ranged weapons, trying to hit a prone target is actually at disadvantage.
That's right. If he were, yeah, he's not prone now, but if he were, because he's up off his prone status.
So if you're trying to set it up for me, then that wouldn't be the thing to do. But if you want to, like, I think having him prone for Petra would actually be, that would be advantageous
with melee.
for her.
Yep. Right.
So either way you want to go, it doesn't matter.
Would
you gonna bring the hammer to
like
this guy, Petra?
Yes.
All right, and that's what we're doing. All right. Let's see. Hold on, just 1 second. It's going to be. I'll type this out because for whatever reason it's not in the sheet. Yeah, how's a 10 gonna hit?
A 10 is not gonna get it done, unfortunately.
Damn it.
I am sorry to say.
Okay.
It's a good concept, though. Are you staying where you are, Aramis, or?
Absolutely.
Okay. That means Kaz is up and Sleepwell is on deck.
Okay. I'm gonna back up even more. 10, 15, 20.
Is this a question if Petra would like to hammer something? Yeah, well, probably.
And I'm just gonna take another shot now. This time at him.
Okay, so you're aiming at him. Go.
Yep. All right, here we go. 17.
Hit.
Awesome. So my 2d8 plus my hunter's mark, which is a d6. Let me just triple check. Hunter's mark, bonus action, extra 1d6 if you hit it with a weapon attack. Okay.
Okay.
So 11 points of damage to him.
Not counting the other, or is that counting?
That's counting the hunter's mark.
Okay. All right, that slams into him, and he kind of his platform kind of rocks back. He looks pretty badly hurt now. He's not dead, but he looks pretty messed up.
Okay.
And maybe looks a little bit nervous on top of being hurt.
Right.
You're staying where you are, Kaz?
Yeah, that's my turn at that point.
Sleepwell is up. Petra's on deck. What does Sleepwell want to do?
Okay, Sleepwell is going to. No, none of us really need healing aside from Kaz, but he can't heal Kaz anyway. So, I know he has EMP pulse as well, but I think. Well, here's the thing about the EMP pulse. Is it says he sends out an explosive wave of electromagnetic energy that debilitates and disorients robots, drones, and any creature with the automaton or construct creature type. So if he were to try this, I think he might try to disable Xanax disc thing. Possibly with an EMP pulse.
What is it again? Creature, construct, what else?
It says it debilitates an explosive wave of electromagnetic energy that debilitates and disorients robots, drones, and any creature with the automaton or construct creature type.
Yeah, I don't think this is that. It's not even necessarily electrical in origin.
At the bottom, it says, in addition, any unshielded computer panel or electronic device not worn by another creature is rendered inert until the start of your next turn.
This is shielded, though.
Okay. In that case, he's going to...
You damaged it when you hit it, but you didn't. Otherwise, you would have blown it the hell up if it was not shielded.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, he's made for healing, so... he's going to, I think, hold... he's going to stay put, but he's going to hold his action for an EMP pulse in case either of the robots comes closer. Either of the bigger robots come closer.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
So he's holding his action just in case that happens, and then if it doesn't, then he's not gonna use it.
Okay. That leads us to Petra. Petra, you were up. You were also prone. You could pull yourself to your feet. Now, the only problem is if you pull yourself to your feet, you will have used your move, and then you're not quite in range of the Xanax/Ivis. Although you could theoretically try to charge him once you sort of got up from your maneuver. So you could try to unprone yourself. You could try to stand, and then you could try to theoretically charge him.
Well, I definitely want to unprone myself.
Okay.
So, does he look nervous? Like, I'm scared that these people are about to kill me? Or does he look nervous like, I'm worried that I may not be able to kill these people as easily as I thought?
I don't know that you can ascertain that. He looks, he definitely doesn't look terrified. He looks very angry. But he definitely looks as if he's not as confident about how things were going to go now as he was a while ago. He seemed a little surprised to see you, frankly.
I I'm gonna unprone myself and just basically try to get myself in position to hit him easily next time.
Okay. Yeah, because you can actually move up to him so that if he tried to, book it out of the way, you could get an attack of opportunity on him if need
That's
be.
what I want to do.
All right, you can do that. So you position yourself that way, and now it is his turn.
So this is him?
That's Kaz.
Okay.
You move right up to Kaz. You're like, ah, no, not me.
No, go back.
Go back. Okay. So what he is going to do is, let's see. He moves up about 5 feet, which he can do. So he doesn't exactly disengage, but it's the equivalent of that. He basically hovers up and a little bit over, which does not provoke an attack. And then his minigun starts to spin up again. And this time it's aimed directly at you, Petra. It's not firing yet, but it's, as it's starting to get, ready to go. So no, standing up takes a movement, and then you can move again, which is basically what Petra just did. She stood up, and then that took her movement, or took half her movement, and then the other part of her movement was to move into place, which is what kept him from flying way above out of her reach. That's why he could only move as far as he did.
And then, so she doesn't get an action?
No.
Oh, okay.
Nope. Not more than what she's already done. But that actually kept him from flying up and being out of range and just getting ready to wreak havoc. So that could have been a lot worse. Okay. And so his thing is beginning to sprint up. Now Kanasi Robot 1v1 battle continues. Let's see this time. These guys are doing a bang-up job of evening out their damage. This time the robot hits back. And you can see sparks and metal little bits flying up from the Kanasi. Okay. They are still engaged with each other. That is going to lead us to Aramis, and Kaz is going to be on deck.
Can we see any real effect that the two robots are having on it, or the two, the Kanasi and the robot are having on each other?
They are absolutely damaging each other. Yeah. They have already been damaged. It looks like the Kanasi may be slightly more damaged than the robot at the moment, but they've both been hurt.
All right. I'm just gonna try my hand at lightning whip again, and lightning whipping our good friend Sanic.
Okay.
All right. Shoot, hold on just a second. I lost my character sheet. Yeah, let's try that. How about 24?
Hey, that's a hit.
Nice.
Yeah, how about 5 points of lightning damage?
Bit good. Okay. He's now looking very hurt. So he is as you just whip him, you can see he's kind of sparks from him, and he sort of is kind of spinning around he's trying to deal with what has just happened. Okay, you're staying where you are, I assume.
Absolutely.
Kaz is up and sleep well on deck. Kaz, what do you want to do?
Okay. How high up off the ground is he now?
Probably about 10, 12 feet, roughly speaking.
Okay.
So he's almost actually on line with you where you are at the moment, Kaz.
Yeah. Let me look up something real quick here.
Hey, King Jin, what's up?
Let's see.
Also, hi, Dragon Spear. I think you came in before. Say hello, Dragon Spear, to the newest mod, by the way, Erdenel.
All right, let's see here. Research. Okay. I don't... Would it be possible to aim for, his leg? Or one of his legs?
It's going to be a
if I wanted to
pretty
take,
tight shot. But yes.
Yeah. Not if I wanted to do a shot that does not go through his organs or his head.
Well, actually, when you say his leg, so the thing about him is...
Yeah, I know, but what remains of his leg? Basically, what I want to do mechanically is I want to try to take some sort of a non-lethal shot at him.
I see. If you're wanting to take a non-lethal shot, your best chance is going to be to go after the platform.
Yeah.
Non-lethal shots with a sniper is kind of... I just want to graze his cheek.
Those
like,
don't go together.
Yeah. Specchio has inspired you. Oh, damn.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Can't now. We've already
Well, I
had
guess that means
Specchio's
I have
already
to
like.
shoot.
You got to do it. Yeah, I gotta shoot. Specchio's
Okay.
like, go for it.
All right. I'll go for the platform
All right.
again. And
you
as
have
I
already hit it once, so.
Yeah. Before I take the shot, I'm gonna shout to Petra. I shout to Petra, "Let's take him alive!" And then I go for a shot at the platform.
Okay.
Okay. So with advantage, and then is this still a -3?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And especially now, you're almost firing at it almost two-dimensionally a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right. Okay. So here's the first. Okay. So advantage is needed.
Right.
There we go.
Hey, there you go. That's an actual hit.
Nice.
You know, I don't know. I would not call him a double amputee with a kitchen utensil. Look, he's not that bad, all right? This guy's rough. These guys are just doing really well. Okay, so that is definitely a hit.
Awesome. All right. So I'll do.
Platform through his foot kills him with a critical hit. Yeah. Damn it.
That's 11 points of damage to the platform.
Yeah. So you, the platform, basically, you can see it cracks, and when it cracks, it doesn't just sort of like, it drops like a poof, like just directly down, and he hits heavily on the ground. He is going to take a couple of points of damage from that. And he ends up falling off the platform and kind of rolling to a stop, face down at Petra's feet. He seems to be probably breathing, but not moving.
All right.
Otherwise. And
with my movement, can I just get back up on to the higher catwalk?
Yes. Sure, if that's all you're doing, yeah.
Okay, that's what I do.
Okay, Sleepwell's up, Petra's on deck. What is Sleepwell going to do?
Okay, seeing that has happened with Zanuck on the lower floor. Let me see what exactly electromagnetic pulse does. Cannot take any reaction. This movement is only action available is to take the dodge action. Okay. Okay. All right. Sleepo is going to move right here,
Okay.
and again, just be ready to let go of any AMP pulse if it looks like one of them is going to come towards him.
Okay.
That's it.
That is going to lead us to Petra then.
So, Senek/Ibis is at my feet,
Yes.
and I am not allowed to hit him with my hammer, despite having not hit anything yet. Fine. I'm going to start methodically stripping him of any weapons or things that he might be able to use to help himself, and then I'm going to try to restrain him.
Okay. Yeah, he's not going to put up any restraint. That's no problem, Genly. I'll see you too. I guess if I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you next week. Thanks for stopping by, man. Yeah, he will not put up any resistance insofar as he's unconscious, so you can easily restrain him. Well, like, how are you tying him in some way? Are you trying to like, or what exactly? Because he's definitely not moving at the moment.
Hello?
Sorry?
Oh, I said I was. I thought Kat. I asked if you like, are you tying him or something? Because he's not.
Oh,
resistant.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's not
yes.
resistant to you at all. So.
I basically just want to remove any weapons that he has. I'm not
Okay.
going to worry too much about tying him
You
up.
take away his goddamn minigun, basically.
Yeah, that's pretty much
Okay.
it.
You do. He also has a little, what looks like a dagger almost, some kind of a small little dagger at his belt, which you can also remove if you wish.
Well, that should get removed. Anything that looks like jewelry that might control robots.
Okay. There is the wrist thing that he has around his wrist, which you could remove if you like, or try to.
Definitely going to try to.
Yeah, so you can remove it actually. And you see that it does look to be, it just actually looks like a blank screen at the moment. It's like just a little black square, really, that you're staring at the moment. Because you have
It's an Apple Watch.
But just looking at it, yeah.
Good.
So yeah, so you're just looking at it. I mean, you know, you could do things with it if you want or try, but like right now it's just a blank black screen.
I'm going to take my enormous pudgy fingers and this thing off to somebody else.
Okay. I thought you were going to say, I'm going to take my enormous pudgy finger and push hard on the front of it. Exactly. See what this does. Okay. All right. That leads us up to, okay, so Ibis is already unconscious and in custody. That leads us to the Kanasi robot battle, which continues. Okay. Kanasi versus robot fight. Okay. Man. So... All right, the Kanasi is now actually starting to look pretty hurt, and the robot is definitely hurt, but not as hurt. It's definitely, the robot seems to have had the upper hand, or blade, if you will, on this thing. And that is going to lead us to Aramis, and then Kaz is on deck.
Who's going to turn his attention to the robot and throw a lightning whip at it.
Okay. Can you, let's see, so basically telling, what's the range on Lightning Whip?
Something like 120 feet.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you're basically telling Sleepwell to get the hell down, presumably.
Yeah. I'd be like, duck.
Ah! Oh, and the critical hit.
Natural 20.
Well, blam! All right,
Hey.
so you are going to hit him in the back.
Mm-hmm.
This is lightning, right?
Yep.
Now, an interesting thing about that, normally this would be doing more damage to it, but it is already sparking. So this thing, actually, the sparks kind of increase on it as you hit it. So it looks now as if it's basically just this sizzling electrical, this sizzling mess of electricity and red light glowing on his mask. Like it's a terrifying sight. But you also obviously very much hit it. And as you do so, it turns and sees you and pauses, and then it does. No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't do that.
But with the
me, you,
the singular eye,
yeah,
yeah.
right. The me, you, SV 1 2 1
It
2,
goes-
right? Yeah. It's like 1 2 1 2. All right. That's gonna lead us to Kaz, and then Sleepwell's on deck. Kaz, oh, actually, I'm sorry. Aramis, are you moving or are you staying where you are? You're muted again, John.
I mean, yes, I'm saying exactly where I am.
Okay. Cool.
Doral's working for me.
Pretty goddamn good turn. Actually, good set of turns. Kaz, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to take a shot at the big red robot
Okay.
with my sniper rifle.
Okay.
And here we go. All right. That's a natural 20.
Jeez, all of a sudden with the naturals. All right, critical hit. What's that max damage?
So that's going to be 18 points of piercing damage.
Okay. That messes him up. No, he's not destroyed, but that really messes him up. He kind of like staggers back as this like this Black Widow from Mass Effect 3 shot, you know, hits and echoes throughout the ship or whatever. And he kind of staggers back a little bit and looks also sort of down that he just keeps looking in the same direction basically. And are you staying where you are, Kaz?
Yep.
Alrighty. That's going to lead us to Sleepwell.
Sleepwell is going to.
Hey, what's up, Brian? Yeah, the crits are flying tonight is right.
Yep. Do they? Do the robots look like very close to death?
The red robot does for sure.
Okay.
I mean, it's been messed up by 2 consecutive critical hits. Not to mention what the Kanasi was doing before.
I think Sleepwell, just to keep it simple, like, he's gonna again just hold that EMP pulse, just waiting for one of them. The moment they start to come towards him, he's gonna try to incapacitate them. That's all.
And that's going to lead us to Petra. So you've got Ibis right now, or /Sanic with you.
So I'm grabbing him and just going to sort of pull him up along with me, looking wistfully at the robot Kanasi battle to see if any hammer fighting needs to be happening there. And then I'm just going to dump him at Aramis's feet, I believe.
Okay, I think you can do that on this turn. So you can bring him up and just sort of dump him there. So he's lying at your feet, Aramis.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with him now.
I have this image of you pushing it back off again. Just go back down.
No, is it my turn now?
It is not your turn yet. Nope.
Okay.
It is in fact. Let's see. So it's the. Okay. So this thing comes as you had suspected. Sleepwell comes moving towards. It looks like it's actually probably heading for Aramis more than Sleepwell, but either way. So you're gonna fire off your EMP thing.
Yep. Each of these targets within 30 feet must make a intelligence saving throw.
All right.
Which his DC, I'm guessing. Oh, he has a 14, which I think makes sense. 8 plus 2 plus 4. Yeah.
And
so
intelligence,
14.
you said?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the red robot definitely does not make it as it's hit by this thing. So what happens?
If the target fails, it is impaired until the end of Sleepwell's next turn, or if it takes any damage. And an impaired target cannot take any reactions, and its movement is reduced to 0. And the only action available to the target is the dodge action.
Okay, well that's good. So it was literally, it's like its blades were, and then he hits it with a, and the blades like, and like almost like freeze, like seize up, like mower blades, like with too much grass in them, like, and it just is kind of there, still, and the electricity is just kind of like coursing through it. I would like Sleepwell to make a perception check for me, please.
Okie dokie.
And actually, Aramis, you can do this too. You and Sleepwell both make perception checks for me, please.
16.
Okay. Let's see what Aramis gets first. Okay, we're looking at a 12. So you notice that there's a lot of electricity, Aramis. Sleepwell, you notice that there is a dangerous amount of electricity. This thing has been hit so many times by electricity that Sleepwell is now not sure that this thing is supposed to contain that much electricity at any one time. It's like
nice
as it's going. So, okay. Now the Kanasi goes. The Kanasi, which did make it save apparently because it's still moving, literally runs forward. And since this thing is, is just like leaps over the with an incredible like heroic style leap on whatever's on the other side of it, which happens to be Sleepwell, and so comes down like this. So let's see. It's going to be an 18 to hit Sleepwell.
I'm sure. Oh, he has a 16, but yeah, that hits.
Okay. All right, that's going to do 8 points of damage to Sleepwell, and he needs to make a dexterity saving throw because he has been just basically barreled into. We need to see if he can stay upright. Nope.
7.
That is, he sure does not. So he goes flying down. Bam! Hits the ground with the Kanasi on top of him. Okay. Now, that was the robot, the Kanasi. That's Aramis now. Is up. It's a damaged smartphone, yeah.
It's still moving towards us.
Which, the Kanasi or the robot?
The robot.
The robot at the moment is not doing anything except buzzing and looking like filled with more electricity than a lot. Oh, there's a lot of electricity.
But the Kanasi is moving towards us then.
Kanasi is moving toward. I mean, at the moment, it just landed on top of Sleepwell, but yes.
All right, I'm going to push the Kanasi back into the robot. See what happens when this thing gets lit up.
Okay. Because remember, the Kanasi was also filled with electricity.
Oh yeah.
This is basically Electro versus Electro with a side of Electro battle. Like that's really what we're talking about.
I'm really not thinking that this is a great idea, but at this point, I'm not sure what else I can do. How about an 11?
Let's see. Just a regular.
Push it.
Yeah. Against AC though. 11 against the. Yeah, unfortunately, that's not going to do it. Which is too bad. I kind of wanted to see what happened. But the does not seem to work. It sort of hits the thing, but the Kanasi already is on top of Sleepwell, and maybe that extra sort of like it's got its blade as already sort of into Sleepwell, and maybe that's keeping it from being knocked backwards any further. Yeah, it's like throwing a battery pack into a damaged wall outlet. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Are you staying where you are, Aramis?
Oh yeah, I gotta stay on top of Sleepwell.
Okay. Kaz, you were up and Sleepwell is on deck, and at the moment is literally on the deck.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take a shot at. I'm gonna move my hunter's mark to the Kanasi.
Okay.
If I do that as a bonus, then I can't use my sniper, which is fine with me. So I'll move the hunter's mark to the Kanasi.
Okay.
And then I would do more damage with the sniper, but no, it makes more sense to do that. So I'll move the hunter's mark, and then assuming that my arm pistol has a long enough range, so I'm gonna move the hunter's mark, and then I'm gonna take a shot at the Kanasi with my arm pistol.
Okay.
Which I haven't changed my quarry from all the time that we've been on the ship, so it's still automatons. So that might change the hunter's mark, but we'll see if I hit first. And I'll just take a shot. So that is 12 to hit.
12 is not quite going to hit.
Dang it.
Just missed.
All right. And then I'm going to stay where I'm at. That's all I'm doing.
Okay. Sleepwell is up. It's a Ristal.
Sleepwell is down.
Sleepwell is down.
Yeah.
That's true. Sleepwell is not up. He's down. He is down with a Kanasi on top of him. So Sleepwell can stand if he wishes and then attack, but that's pretty much all he's going to be able to do is those things. Or he could just stay where he is and enjoy the view of the Kanasi.
Enjoy the view of death.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to have him... I think he's going to heal himself just to be safe, and hope that his friends can take care of this. So let's see. Medic has access to trauma. I think that's a helpful spell. Oh, no. It does necrotic damage.
You do necrotic damage to yourself. You're like,
yeah.
ha
Die.
It will minimize my appeal to you as a target.
That's mend, of course. Okay. Mend.
Exactly. Take that, me.
Yes. Okay, he's gonna cast.
Pay for my lack of vision. Okay.
He's gonna cast mend on himself.
Okay.
to heal 1d8 plus his forging ability modifier, so that's 1d8 plus 4 to himself.
Okay.
So 1d8 plus 4. So 5 back to sleep well, which I will add back.
Okay. You should be at 18 out of 21, I believe.
Yep.
Okay. That's going to lead us... Oh, sorry.
He's, can he still stand?
He can still stand, yes.
He stands up.
Okay.
That's
and that's going to lead us to Petra.
I have dropped this guy off at Aramis's feet, and I am now going to try and get to that Kanasi if I can.
You can, I think. You're going to be... Because if you get up on here, then it's only about 50... Yeah, you can get there, I think.
Can I hit it?
Sure.
That is what I would like to do.
So I'm just moving you... Like, you want to be here,
Okay.
right? Is it, okay.
That is perfect.
All right.
All right. How's a 16?
16 will hit for sure.
All right. So, I had the ramming strike on. Do you
Okay.
remember?
Yes, I do. What does
Shall
ramming
I
strike do?
read this out loud? Because this is interesting.
Sounds promising.
It is promising. Ramming strike. The first time you hit with a melee weapon attack during this power's duration, your weapon explodes with a crushing force that is audible within 300 feet of you, doing an extra 2d6 thunder damage to the target.
Okay.
Additionally, if the target is a creature, it must succeed on a strength saving throw or be pushed 10 feet away from you and knocked prone.
Man. Okay, so is this for the duration? How long was the duration?
Concentration up to 1 minute.
That's fine. Then you're fine.
Okay. Then let me roll this. So it's
Ramming strike.
I
Damn.
think we might have a nuke in the ship in about 5 seconds.
12 damage.
Okay. 12 wait, you did hit it, 12 damage. Okay. Okay, so 12 total damage. All right, and then it's got to make a, so you...
Strength saving throw.
And it's thunder again. Oh, God damn it. Yeah, I made it. It's so it hit, it does make the saving throw, perhaps because Sleepwell is somehow still holding it back, but it looks extremely hurt at this point. And yeah, it looks very, very hurt. Okay, and I'm not going to ask you whether to move because you can't, because you're on top of it. Okay, now it was it moves until the end of Sleepwell's next turn, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's already done.
Was,
so he's
yeah.
clear, right? Okay.
Mhm.
So let's see. So you can see that he is. What is he going to do? Okay, so the robot looks and sees the Kanasi in front of it, still sparking, with energy. It's still sparking with energy, and so pushes forward with its blades. But when the blades hit the Kanasi, there's a feedback of this electricity plus the thunder damage plus both of these creatures explode. I need Aramis and I need Petra to make let's see, dexterity saving throws.
Sleepwell?
And Sleepwell, I'm sorry, thank you. To make dexterity saving throws for me.
8.
It's not going to do it.
How about a crit?
Wow.
How about it? The unofficial crit.
You like Matrix out of the way. Okay, that's good. You will only take half damage from this thing.
With a crit? Really?
Yep. Unfortunately, Petra is going to take all of it. Petra, you are going to take 15 points of piercing damage as this stuff comes slashing through you, and electrical. It's actually lightning and slashing, if you'd like to know the combination. Whereas Kaz is going to take... sorry, Kaz is not there, which is a good thing. Aramis is going to take 8. And Sleepwell is going to take 8. Blows up. And the other person, who's not really capable of making any kind of throws, is, of course, the body of Ibis, who is pierced with multiple sparking, shocking, and metal pieces into his body. And his body twitches and convulses, and then
Oh dear.
and expires. And as this happens, Jarva and Tizora come running through the door, followed shortly thereafter by Vass. All come running through the door, and they see you all there. And there is just a moment where everyone's staring at you, and there's a moment's silence. And then Tizora looks down and sees the bodies there and looks at you with the hammer and folds her arms with a satisfied smile and says, I've always known if you just put your mind to it, you could do it at last, Petra. Incredibly proud. And Jarva looks around and says, well, congratulations, everyone. You've just taken out the Shadow Technocrat's lieutenant here. I hope you're ready for what comes next. And that is where we are going to end the session for this evening. However, I will tell you all that you have, as I promised, leveled up to level 4 at the conclusion of this. So you are up now to level 4. That was excellent work, folks, despite the fact that you had to roll with the punches. And I have to say that as it turned out, if you had not actually gotten that Kanasi released, you would have spent most of your time battling the robot. And I don't know if that was clear to you. He was a badass. I just want to be clear that the robot was no joke. The fact that he spent most of his time fighting the Kanasi really helped you out, as it turned out. But so that moment, which I thought was going to be a good dramatic moment, it was a good dramatic moment, but it was also one of those, oh, thank God that Kaz just did that, because, oh my God. Anyway.
Yeah, dude, I owe you a drink next time I see you.
Well done. Well done.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. That's good stuff. All right. Well, I am going to start with, and by the way, this is not quite, but very close to the end of Consigned to Oblivion. I would say it's pretty much just about the end, but we'll do a little bit of finishing touches at the end of last session as you move into the next stage, which, as I said, is looking more at this kind of hub setup, which you folks are going to have to talk about where that's going to be. Because technically, depending on how things go, you could, well, anyway, I don't want to convince you anyway, but you know, there are worse hubs, I suppose, than a small out of the way mining colony. Anyway, that's possible, but it's also in the middle of nowhere, so you'd have to think about that. Anyway, I will start as per usual with the person who's all the way to the right as you were looking on the screen, and that of course is Zach. Nice work, man. Like I said, you guys would have been in some serious trouble if Kaz had not done that. I mean, I still think you could have won it. Like, it was possible that you could have, but it all sort of relied. I mean, frankly, if any of you had stayed split up, if you hadn't taken the sewer thing, Petra, if, you know, there were a lot of issues so that could have caused, but you folks, things worked out pretty much the right way. So how do you feel about that fight, Zach, and how do you feel about the session, and where will the fine folks see you next?
That was super cool. I mean, to not be at the last session and then just be like, hey, you're supposed to sell these things to some random merchant you met. Okay, but you actually shouldn't be doing that. Okay, how could we take care of this guy?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's yeah, the session was super cool. I just think about it in the way that in the busyness that is my life, I have all these different storylines that are progressing at different times, and I love when this one is reaching its next part, which is super awesome. And I'm looking forward to encountering more members of the Shadow Technocracy. I hope they all listen.
They're looking forward to encountering you.
Yes, they have been encountering us. I hope they listen to a new genre of music called Shadow Techno, which I will compose music for.
God, techno! Can you do marimba techno? Because that,
yes, of course, yeah. I don't know what Shadow techno would be. It's like subtle and soft techno that's like dark and ominous at the same time.
And so anyway, it comes out of nowhere and gets you excited about the beat without you realizing. Mm-hmm. I dig it.
So yeah, I enjoyed that very much. You all will find me on the next session of Esper Genesis, of course, also on our vocalist here on this channel.
Yep, which is a week from Tuesday, by the way, week from Tuesday night.
Yep. So, and I will, I have been streaming on my own channel but I have not been in a while, mostly because of school starting back up. And I hope to be streaming again on my own very soon. So if you're interested in that, then you can give my channel a look-see, which is just twitch.tv/Zach Clay, ZACCLAY. And that's basically it. I hope you enjoyed tonight. Thank you all for your inspirations.
Yeah.
Which is super, super clutch.
Yeah, no joke. The inspirations definitely helped. And we didn't have to like just possession it. It was just, everyone was just like, inspire, do that. Go ahead and do it. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Go ahead and do it.
Yeah, do that.
But that's what it's for. So that's great. Yeah, thanks, man. Good stuff as always. And I shall speak to you very soon. Actually, I guess our vocalist first, and then Esper after that. Moving right along, of course, again, you folks will be able to see Carlos Hernandez right back here coming up in the next month. Sleep well, had a chance to get some stuff off and do some things, and then get knocked over, and it was an interesting session, I think, for Sleepwell. But Carlos was here in spirit, and he will be back with us in the flesh coming up next. So you should check him out at Right Teach Play, and you should pre-order Sal and Gabby Break the Universe, which is his new book, because I'm sure it is going to be awesome. Moving right along, Kat, you had a chance to do some. I really was enjoying some of the role playing with Tezora, and some of the back and forth with her was a lot of fun. And I know you didn't get the chance to hit as many things with hammers as you liked, but I was curious still about how you felt about today and where the fine folks will see you next.
I thought this was super fun. I'm very glad that we let that Zach let the Kanasi loose. I think that certainly made for an interesting evening and fight. This was a blast. No, not as much hammer hitting as one likes, but that's okay. If you want to see more of me, follow me on Twitter. I've also got Patreon, and I've got a story bundle coming out in a couple of weeks, and I'll be doing some YouTube stuff to promote that.
Awesome. Good stuff. Thank you, Kat. As always, a great pleasure. And last but certainly not least is Johnny. And Aramis, look, I know that it took a little while for Aramis to get wound up, but man, he had some good hits in there. He had a critical hit. Part of the other thing that helped you guys with that robot, by the way, was, like consecutive critical hits doesn't hurt. Like that was also something after taking all the hits from the Kanasi. So, but it was good stuff. How'd you feel about today, Johnny, and where will the fine folks see you next?
Okay, so let's be completely clear. This was all about Zach and fucking Kaz's choice to bring the Kanasi in. I'm sorry, I thought it was a bad idea. I was thinking that Kaz was really getting influenced way too much by hanging out way too long with Sleepwell. But let me just say, that idea landed so perfectly. It's like you just took it. It was like it was brilliant. I doubted you. I apologize for doubting you. Seriously. Hey, I'm Johnny. I'm the Video Store Cowboy. You will see me next tomorrow. I will be doing a charity stream for Extra Life from 4 to 7 p.m. Pacific. We'll be streaming Honey Heist. So if you want to come and check it out, we'll be doing that tomorrow from about 4 to 7 p.m. It's a whole group of new tabletop players. Never been on stream before, most of them. It's going to be a really fun time sort of watching them kind of, make their way through. So, that's what my plan is for tomorrow. So
that is good stuff. And also, I think we are at liberty to say that soon you will be here with us, right? Yes. So, what did you meet yourself?
Scheduling conflicts aside, yes, we'll be doing that next week.
Okay. So with all good luck and speed, we should be able to be doing next week. We'll be joining us with the premiere of The Clay That Woke, which I'm extremely excited about this, and I know Johnny is too, because I think this is a really, not only a good game, but an important game, and I'm actually really looking forward to seeing how that game plays out. And it's interesting because we have every one of the campaigns that we do here has a different sort of feel to it. My D&D with GOG has some definite serious moments, but it's a little bit more lighthearted. Curse of Strahd that takes place in Ravenloft is clearly not going to be lighthearted. A lot of great RP here. These folks, sort of vary sometimes from more serious to more like heist, Ocean's 11-y, stuff that I get, which I love from this group. And The Clay That Woke is going to be one of those ones that I don't expect it's going to be deadly serious, but I think it's going to be very thought-provoking, and I think think there's a lot of stuff that's going to come out from it. So I'm actually really excited for that. So it's going to be good stuff. But I want to thank everyone. This was a really great time, and I noticed again that Brian was in chat. So again, thank you, Brian. Of course, Brian wrote Consigned to Oblivion, so we hope we did the adventure justice, even with some adjustments here and there and some little tweaks that I made en route because of the nature of the crew. But we hope that it was, all good things too. So I hope that you enjoyed it. Thank you for doing this. And again, thanks to Alligator Alley for sponsoring us. You'll be hearing a lot more from Alligator Alley over the next year, not just with Esper Genesis stuff, but again, with stuff coming from the adventure that I mentioned too. But now I'm going to let these folks go. Thank you so much to Johnny. Thank you to Kat, and thank you to Zach. And I will see you wonderful folks soon. Chat, can we get some love for our players? Bye, everyone.
Bye.
All right. So that is going to do it. Thanks, everybody. That was really awesome. I really had a good time, and I am glad that we were able to, make a credible thing. It was funny, and there are times when these things will happen where you just sort of see it happening, and I'm like, if the Kanasi thing works out in the right way, that could be a robot versus Kanasi battle, and that's exactly what it was. And so it made that fight a lot more manageable than it would have been otherwise. As it was, they still had to do things effectively, even with that advantage, because eventually they couldn't just wait, because eventually the robot or the Kanasi was going to win and then turn around and deal with them next. But the fact that they were able to sort of set things up, and then that EMP pulse definitely helped, the maximum amount of electricity helped, all of those things just constantly pumping up, really made a difference. And they played it well. I thought they played very well, and it was freaky, but I was glad that they actually had a chance to, see them accomplish what they did. So good work out of them. And again, and I want to reiterate, good work out of chat as well. Because you folks did some really great moments of inspiration. Even when the inspirations didn't work, it was still the right time to do the inspiration. It's like in poker, you sometimes have to go, sometimes you got to go all in because it's the right play. And just because someone gets you on a bad beat doesn't mean that it wasn't a good play. You made the best play. So even though that, one time the inspiration didn't work, I think we had we had 3 inspirations tonight, and I think 2 of them worked and 1 of them didn't, but they all were done at the right time. So it was good stuff. But thanks again to my wonderful crew, which is now level 4. And Carlos, you missed a great one. We are looking forward to having you back next week as well. Now, as for me, I will be back on Saturday evening, starting at about 7:30 p.m. Eastern, with Dungeons & Dragons with viewers. If you liked what you saw and you're like, I would like to be able to play D&D with Arv and friends, then you should come back tomorrow, where you'll be able to get a chance to do that. You will need to have a webcam. You will need to have a microphone. You will need to have a vague knowledge of 5e. I'm probably going to be doing D&D 5e, although I'm not 100% sure yet. I'm kind of playing around with possibilities, but something like that. And you will need to have a willingness to be able to commit a few hours to actually do the session. And if you fit that description, then awesome. And that will be happening tomorrow. Then on Tuesday, I will be here with the Gamebook illustration stream with Terry Tunes, and then over on GOG playing Pen and Pixels and doing D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder, which is going to have a surprise associated with it as well. Last, I want to mention, I want to thank Aradinel for agreeing to mod up. Aradinel has joined us as the newest mod. I think he's going to do a great job. I think he's well respected by the community, and I think he'll be a good addition, I think, to what I have called the best mod team in the business, because I think that's true. Represented today by Dragonspear and Shadowed Mage, but earlier this afternoon, Ten of Clubs was in. And so, so we have a lot of great mods, and so Aradinel has now joined that group. So thank you, Aradinel, for doing that, and thank you all for being here as a part of this awesome stream tonight. I want to thank everyone and remind everybody that we are going to be doing a raid here. So the way that we do a raid is actually pretty simple. If you are not a sub, you are going to do this, which is the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase raid. Oh, they will, Shadowed will be able to get that to you, and or Dragon will be able to get you those. And I'm going to add you in the Discord to the mod channel and after I'm done with the stream, Aradinel. So anyway, that is Twitch raid, and then we've sub raid, which is the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Arvane Hype, ARVANE, lowercase uppercase H, lowercase YPE. But the key is not to do this until you hear my audio outro. And actually, what I'll probably do is I probably will just have you folks stick around. I think that's what I'll do. Have you folks just stick around, and then I will automatically go I'll just send us over on like an auto raid after this video is over. So basically, if you hold tight, we'll go over and do an auto raid, and that will be good times, and that'll be great. For those of you who were here, thank you so much for being here. Remember the ways to support the stream. Please follow the channel. That's always an important thing. Please check out the YouTube, the !ArvTube, the Discord, the !ArvCord. Please check out the Steam group with the check out the Twitter with !Arv tweets. Please make sure to check out the website for all of this at arvanelleron.com. Don't forget about the shop with !Arv shop. Of course, the Patreon, which is currently sitting at $357.96. Goal by the end of the year is to get that up to $420. So I'd really love to see that moving back up towards the $400 mark if we can towards the end of this month. Would be lovely. And again, good things for you, good things for the channel. And of course, the subsystem itself. Which is that sub button right above the video window. Thank you. We had a number of people who re-upped tonight, so thank you for those who resubbed, and please consider that because that would be lovely. Because again, that also really helps sort of move things forward. I just got my Twitch payout for the month, which definitely helped because I was able to help pay Terry for a couple of the last invoices that we had, so she's all caught up in terms of the gamebook illustrations. So it's all going back to like channel related and writing related stuff, and so it makes a big difference. So thank you. It's never a requirement, but always appreciated. And again, please spread the word. The more people that we get in here, we had some new people in. I think Kat said that her cousin was here, so we had her cousin here and did a great job. So having more people in is always a good thing. So that is going to do it for me. Stick around, and I'm going to have us raid someone. I'm going to take a look and see who we're going to raid in just a moment, actually. But I will let you folks know afterwards. So as long as you stick around, then we will be good to go. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? I know who it's going to be. I know exactly who it's going to be. Okay, good. So we're good to go. But I want to thank everybody for being here. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Aerodinel. Again, congratulations, Aerodinel. Thank you for doing this. Dragon Spear and Shadow Mage, wonderful job as always, gentlemen. Thank you to Nonstop and Echo Alpha X5 and Animus Maelstrom and Rock God for all their support, subbing, and encouragement and all that kind of good stuff. And thank you to those who support the Patreon as well that don't necessarily show up here. I really appreciate that. Thank you to my viewers. Thank you to Aklaba. What's up, Aklaba? I think I said Rock God as well. Thank you, Rock God. Thank you to Apricot Troop Fruit, to Commander Root. Thank you to DrewBX. Thank you to Freeze, to host giveaway. Jagtress JLC 629. Thank you to Light and Passion, Mubot, I guess. Thank you to Mr. Mano, Mrs. Dunsel. What's up, Mrs. Dunsel? Thank you to Nedved. Thank you to No Name Namer. Thank you to Politsai, Positivity Bot, for always keeping me positive. Thank you to Silton. Thank you to Stay Hydrated Bot for always keeping me hydrated. Thank you to Super Fun Time. Again, Super Fun Time Force Go. Thank you again, Super Fun Time. I love the name, and I'm glad that you enjoyed being here with us. Thank you for being here. Thank you to Christensen, to V&K, of course, to Video Store Cowboy for great work tonight, to Virgo Praz, and of course, special thanks, most of all, to not only you folks, but to my players, to Zach Clay, to Cat Rambo, and to Johnny Pippin tonight. We'll have Carlos back next month, but those three did a great job tonight, so thank you all for that. That's going to do it for me. Love you all. Best viewers on Twitch, and I will see you later on Saturday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern for D&D with viewers. Until then, thanks everyone, and thank you to Alligator Rally for sponsoring us with Esper Genesis. More coming from AA and me soon. But for now, good night everyone. I will see you all soon. Be good to each other. Have a good night.
When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I grew older, I set aside childish ways. Corinthians 13:11. In the distant future, mankind has spread into the stars and found it is not alone. Within the cluster of planets known as the Silrain Heart, many races strive for survival or supremacy. But throughout this array of planets, societies, and cultures, each has one thing in common: the crucibles. Scattered throughout the galaxy, each moon-sized structure contains a core of raw sorin, a form of mysterious energy used to power ships, cities, and sometimes the warping of the fabric of reality itself. Beings who can do this have been given a name: Espers. The power of God has been granted to God's children. It is a time of terror, It is a time of wonder. It is the time of Esper Genesis.